Live.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call a special meeting of the University City Council. Ms. Reese, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Clay,
Present.
Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember McMahon,
Here.
Councilmember Hales.
Here.
Councilmember Kusick,
Here.
Councilmember Smotherson,
Here.
Mayor Pro.
Here. Before you have the agenda as presented, are there any changes to it? If not, motion to approve the agenda as presented. Motion by Ms. Klein, second by Mr. Hales. Is there a discussion? Hearing that, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. We do not have any participation today. To those who are watching, just so you know, we'll be doing this regular session pretty briefly, and then we will adjourn the regular session and move directly into our retreat planning session for those of you joining us online today. Now move to the new business section, bill number 9445. Who would like to introduce? Mr. Kusick. Thank you. We have first reading.
Bill 9445, an ordinance fixing the compensation to be paid to city officials and employees as enumerated herein from and after its passage and repealing ordinance number 7154.
Thank you very much. Moving forward with the agenda, are there any members of council would like to make a report from the commissions to which they serve? Are there any council comments? Hearing none, a motion to adjourn. Your motion. Motion made by Mr. Cusick. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Hales. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The special meeting of the city council is now adjourned. We will move now to special study session.
Honorable Mayor and council members, this first item under the study session agenda is a discussion about the potential of pursuing the quarter cent fire sales tax. The reason for the sales tax has to do with the unfunded liability that exists in the uniform pension plan. That amount totals to roughly $8.5 million. The amount that we look to receive from the quarter cent, that's just as it exists today, would be about $525,000 annually. The expenses in the short term would go towards, or those revenues would go towards paying down this unfunded liability. But in the long term, the revenues will also go towards offsetting the potential costs of third ambulance. We believe that the need for a third ambulance is at least 3 years away. So during that time period prior to the third ambulance going live, if that's what you decide to do, those revenues would be used to fund the unfunded liability. My intention, if the council agrees that we should pursue the quarter cent fire sales tax, would be to pursue the ballot, the April ballot for that initiative. So that's really what we believe we would receive, why we are seeking the fundings in the intended use. So I would entertain questions that we have.
Right, what is the cost? We talked about the third game. I'm saying, what is the cost?
The ambulance itself, Chief Henson will be here later today. They come in at 10:30. Probably a question I'll defer to him. Yeah. I can give you rough estimates, but he can be more exact.
So we're going to the residents. Well, the sales tax, it's not to the residents, but anybody who's purchasing in the city, sales tax for it. When we go to them, I think we need to be prepared to explain why we have to go to the pension in order and what steps has been taken by the pension board to try to do that, and why it doesn't get us all the way to where we need to be just by the things that they can do. Clearly, you're working with investments and things go up and down, and if you're not hitting it right, you're never going to catch up. We've got longer, people are living longer, so our outlay over time is ever increasing. We don't have a target date to end our retirement plan because we're always adding in new people. So that kind of explanation, I think, would need to be laid out so that we can explain to people at that ballot measure that why we got to this point. And so I think we really need to do a dive on that so that we can really lay this out, because I know the pension board has been working really hard to get there. And I think we need to outline all those steps to say, this is why we've done all we can with what we can, and that alone won't do because of the age of the plan, when it was, all those things that all work together. If that makes sense.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember McMahon, as you know, the funding source for the police and fire pension fund is a property tax. But for the unfunded liability, the property tax actually generates enough to cover the amount that's needed on an annual basis into that pension fund. Without going into a lot of detail about how we got here, the reason I've outlined it as just a short-term fix is because I don't believe long-term that this tax will be needed for the pension fund. So I do agree with you. I think that we need to, as a part, if you agree that to pursue the tax, then we'll put together a communication plan that outlines the steps that were taken by the pension board and why we believe we still need the tax.
Right, and I think in years past, the property tax didn't cover what the actuary told us we should be contributing. And partly that was the additional amount needed to pay the unfunded liability. And I believe that, if I'm mistaken, let me know, but I believe that pension board then switched from an open-ended amortization of the unfunded liability to a closed, so that we're actually, which means for anybody listening that we're basically getting a new mortgage every year. So it used to be always 30 years, and now we've actually said, no, we're not going to refinance every year. We're going to refinance once to pay it off. And that's why this makes sense, because we're not just paying off 1 year at a time, we're paying it off, and our principal will go down every year. Am I getting it right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And maybe I wasn't clear. Part of the reason that this is needed now is because there wasn't the full contribution that should have been made in past years. And so that's what generated the unfunded liability. But if we use this in the short term to shore up the fund, then long term, the property tax should be able to cover it. But also, I think that there is going to be a need to, in the future, have a third ambulance. No matter how good we are at collecting ambulance fees, they never pay for themselves. So there's still going to be a deficit. But it's not, the council, I think, when you made the decision to bring the ambulance back, understood that there was going to be a slight deficit that would be incurred. But it's about the quality of service. It's not just a numbers game with public safety.
And then the last thing, if we're shooting for the April ballot, when would we have to have all this in place so we can make sure we get it on that? Do we know that timeline? So that would kind of give us our working period between now and at the end of the year, or is it January? When do we have to get this done by?
I believe it's fairly soon. I believe it's in November that the information has to go. But I see our city clerk, Lorraine Reese, looking it up now, so we should have an answer pretty short.
Well, and I think going back to what you said, I think it was important. When we brought the ambulance service back, I think we also realized that there was a large increase in the number of calls that we were getting. We were really, the experience of what our residents needed to get a full service fire and safety was really high. And our, a third ambulance, it's gonna make sense given the number of calls, I think, especially Sorrow.
We're monitoring that very closely and will generate a report for the council to consider that will lay out why, in the future, why we believe that third ambulance is going to be needed.
Thank you.
I don't know that I need to be recognized.
Sure. Just,
Okay, well, just a quick question about the third ambulance, and so obviously there's a need for a third ambulance. This is a simple question, where would it be housed if there are only 2 houses?
there's not a need that exists today for a third ambulance. We think that that need will exist in about 3 years, but that's just an estimate at this time. We'll continue to monitor and make the mayor and council aware we think that need is closer at hand. I don't know that Chief Henson has decided specifically where it will be housed at this point. One of the topics of discussion is whether there is a need for a joint police and fire satellite station that will be located near the Markets and Olive development because of the level of activity that will occur there. So that's one option that they're looking.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you know when the last time you did go out for sales tax for fire?
If you give me after this presentation, I've got my budget book here with me. I believe that is included, that date is included in the budget book, or the city attorney may know.
I don't recall the exact year. My guess is it was about 15 or so years ago, and actually,
November 2009. This was the period when we went out for the last quarter fire stuff.
and at the time, my recollection is that council, some of that would be used for an ambulance, for fire department ambulance at the time. I don't think that there's been any ballot proposition since then for fire.
I actually had looked this up relatively recently. It was a fire truck. Relative to the third ambulance, so we have currently 2 new ambulances, one at Firehouse, one at 2, and then one we also have a backup ambulance. So when we're talking about a third ambulance in this context, are we talking about just replacing the backup ambulance, or are we talking about having a third fully staffed, daily staffed ambulance?
The latter is correct, fully staffed, but that will end up doing additional runs because they believe that the increase in the number of calls that are received will warrant a third ambulance in about 3 years.
For the history buffs here, just so you know, years ago, before any of us were on council, contributions did not be made to pension plan. It went on for several years. That stock market was flying very high. And so there was a market performance in the pension plan really did a pretty phenomenal job. And so according to us that came on the council, there were and the amount of retirees was expected, and so you had this very healthy surplus. The challenge came when the market slowed down, the retirees started more. The pickup wasn't there, and economic contributions kind of think government probably something I would have to think probably for 15, 16 years ago, as far as contributions stopped.
So if it is the consensus of the mayor and council, my intention would be to take actions necessary to place it on the April ballot. That will, there's no formal action that's needed today, but there will be in the future. So my intent would be to place an item on your agenda that provides the one action that's needed.
On the April ballot, if the voters decide to pass a quarter cent sales tax, what's the margin for?
Is the smaller margin. Lorraine, I'm sorry, do you know what the margin is in April for passage? I know it's the smaller margin in even years, but I just don't recall what that number is. 4-7. 4-7.
We probably looked that up. Right, maybe a little question. We'll make sure we get the right.
For following up on Neil's question, this would be a third ambulance to put it to service. What about the cost of staffing that? It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Is that cost going to be paid for through this quarter cent sales tax increase?
That is correct. That's the intention. I know that at least the cost just for staffing is going to be about $300,000. She can something here today, but just the staffing alone is not be roughly that.
That's the sales tax.
Right. Yeah, we would be able to and understand that this is just a small portion. This really just is intended to shore up the deficit that an ambulance has, because the vast majority of those costs are recovered through the patients that they deliver. Yes.
So let me ask this, the third ambulance is predicated on continuing trend, higher utilization of services. What happens if that trend, frankly, what it does is, calling if that trend starts to decline, what would we do in that scenario?
There is always the need that exists in public safety, looking at, we have more needs than what we have revenues at this point. And understand that where this tax is limited to simply the operations for fire, there's another tax that exists out there, which is public safety, that goes towards both police and fire. And currently, a lot of the funding that is generated by the public safety tax goes towards this issue. I hope that we're in that situation where I have, the challenge of bringing forward to you how I think the funds should be used. But I don't see that from a practical sense occurring for many years.
So,
That would still, the funding would still go towards fire operation because it has to. So even if it doesn't go towards the unfunded liability, it's going to go towards staffing or equipment, our salaries. So something that is within the realm of how you can use that tax.
Probably needs to be part of the application because projections can change. The utilization is trending up, but frankly, we would hope it actually goes down.
I can't, I was just gonna say, I can't share with you, as you know, there are a few developments, senior housing here, multi-family housing. And that is perhaps one of the larger drivers of the increase in need for ambulances.
Just a question on the projected revenues.
that number, 525, is that based on our current taxable sales that the city has now? And the projections for the opening of new developments that will also contribute to the sales tax?
Right, this is just as we are today, so it doesn't factor in any other businesses that would potentially come. So this number is likely going to change.
Upwards.
Yes. I'm just taking a conservative.
Just so when we're, just so I'm clear, when we get if the sales tax goes in place, we get the new revenue, are we targeting for the entire unfunded liability? Or are we targeting to reduce it to what I believe council policy was to get it to 80%? Or are we even gonna go better than that because we've got this new revenue? Because if you're just, simple math, if you're doing $500,000 a year on an 8.5 million unfunded, you're talking to 16 years before just simple math to get it done. What's our target on that unfunded liability?
I believe the mayor and council, there was consensus to get it to 80% initially. Right now, I believe it's at 75%. So this allows you to have a number of options. So if you decide that you want to continue to drive it down and make it whole to 100% funded, you will have the option of using a portion of this funds.
And then balance that to how quickly the need for a third ambulance will come in. We can work all those things. Okay, thank you.
I do think, piggybacking on what Stacy had said, I think it's important if we're going forward with this, that we explain to our residents that if you have a population that is at most pretty much stagnant, not growing, maybe even slightly decreased, why will we need more ambulance calls? I think people will want to know as the need. But what is the need that has changed? Is it the difference in healthcare? Is it the age population? Is it, it's not your case, what's you student body because it's growing? What is it? I think people will start asking that question. If you've got the same number of people or less, why do you need a third? Because I think that's just a logical question. We need to talk to ourselves prior to putting on the ballot.
With respect to the number, the percentage of vote required to pass, it's a simple majority for a sales tax. It's a matter of clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding this? The next item on the agenda is a discussion regarding the potential creation of a task force for the third ward that would focus on the needs assessment as well as the creation of a housing program for the city. And Assistant City Manager Brooks Smith is going to be presenting you with information on what we are at least asking that you consider. And Brooke, I take it that you need the clicker, or do you want to do it from there, or do you want to come here? Yeah. If you recall, as a result of the markets that were all in development, the city received about $3 million of that. That was the initial contribution and I believe the council had decided that those funds would go towards improving the third ward. As you know, the intention for the third ward, or RPA 3, that project will generate, we estimate, about $10 million over the course of the 23 years of the TIP. And so as you consider this, I would ask that you look at it in two ways, from two perspectives. One is the fact that the third ward has challenges that the other wards do not have. And how do we then address those challenges? issues, whether it's infrastructure, public safety, or housing. I believe that's what led the council to make the decision that we're going to allocate this $10 million bucket of money to try and better address the third ward needs. But keep in mind that also as you're doing that, we are not reducing the amount of resources that you have provided, at least on an annual basis, to the third ward. So the third ward gets their typical allocation of resources. And in addition to that, you have this additional funding source to address the needs. But that's one issue. The other issue is housing, which certainly impacts the third ward, but also impacts the second ward and impacts the first ward. So we have two very different issues that we're trying to resolve. There is some overlap with the third ward, but as it relates to improving the quality of housing, all of University City, all of the wards have that challenge. So I will turn things over to Mrs. Smith to do her presentation.
Okay, good morning. So my goal is to talk a little bit about what a planning process would look like as we talk about planning for neighborhood revitalization program for the third ward, and then to also give you guys some examples to consider of what housing programming would look like, not necessarily just in the third ward, but citywide. So the planning process, any typical planning process, when you're talking about neighborhood revitalization, neighborhood stabilization, you have basically your plan, your assessment, your planning, and your implementation. So I put at the top of our process, the council appointing the task force. The city manager, of course, informed me that he intends to recommend the council appoint a task force, which we will talk a little bit about. And then from there, the assessment stage, we would enter the assessment stage, which would be looking specifically at the third ward, looking at the housing, the infrastructure, and public safety. And then as we're doing that, we would also consider a housing program for the city as a whole. During the planning phase, we would be setting our goals and objectives. We would be looking at programs and deciding what types of programs the council would like to implement. We would be looking at funding sources, because even though the city has come into this money that for the RPA one, the $3 million that we've got up front is not a lot when you're talking about turning around the neighborhood like the third ward. So our goal would be to look at how can we leverage that money? Where can we get additional funding from to invest into the third ward and then also into the housing program citywide? We would also identify our stakeholders and community partners, because this is not something that we can undertake alone. There are a number of agencies that offer housing initiatives for residents throughout St. Louis County, throughout Missouri. So we would look at other programs and how can we get that information out to our citizens. And then once the planning process is complete and the city, council has adopted the plan, we would go into implementation. So the task force. So the city manager intends to recommend the 9-member task force. It would be set up that each council member would appoint one person, that would be 6. The mayor would appoint the chair, and then the council as a body appoints 2. The task force would then set out to identify goals, identify priorities, set performance measures. How do we measure success? Would we consider success? I know one thing that came out during the process for the Olive and 170 project was that the number of renters has increased in the third ward. So would that be a measure for success? How do we convert those renters to homeowners so that we have more homeowners and less renters? We would look at all of those to figure out how do we check that we're doing what we said we're going to do. And the city manager and I also talked about the task force determining whether the steering committee would be necessary to guide the process once we get to the implementation part. So what are the needs? Typically, when we're looking at neighborhood stabilization, we are looking at housing, we're looking at infrastructure, and we're looking at public safety. This is typically what a person shopping for a home looks at, along with whether the school district, if you have kids, you look at the school district. You look at the amenities, how close is the grocery store? You may look at, if you're on public transportation, what's the closest bus stop? These are the needs that we need to assess. So for our purpose, we're focusing on housing, infrastructure, public safety. So when we're looking at housing, we are looking at the rehab and repairs of the existing housing stock. We're looking at converting renters to homeowners. How do we increase homeowners? It's almost a proven fact that not all renters, but most homeowners, they are invested in their neighborhood. They're going to take care of their property. They're going to take care of their neighborhood. So typically when you're trying to stabilize a neighborhood, you want to have more homeowners. And then we also want to focus on responsible landlords. Having rental properties just is. It's a booming business right now, and it's going to be hard to get investors to let go of their houses that are bringing in money for them so that we can have more homeowners. So how do we hold them responsible to make sure that they are taking care of their property and that they are contributing to the neighborhood stabilization? For infrastructure, we're looking at the streets, the lighting, and the trees, which I saw a lot of reference to these three things as I researched the Alabama 170 process. A lot of questions about how do we get more street lighting. So we're going to look at that as well. And then public safety, neighborhood watch programs, block captains, citizen police academies. How do we involve the community in policing? Public safety doesn't just lie with the police officers. We all, if you see something, say something. So how do we get our citizens involved? So when we look at these three things, it's because building and improving the neighborhood is what's important. It's not just about the house. I know the whole time that I've been here, we're always saying housing program. But when we're talking about the third ward, it becomes about more than a housing program. We're talking about stabilizing the neighborhood so that it doesn't decline. Most of you guys know I came from the city of East St. Louis. And so you don't want it to go there. You want to catch it now before it declines to that point where it's almost difficult to rescue. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the housing rehabilitation and what that could look like when we're examining programs. What do we want these programs to look like? So for one, any type of home rehab program that you have should focus on things that are fixed to the house. So we're not looking to buy appliances. We're not looking to, do anything where something can be taken away from the house. We want to look at things like HVAC, roofing. Roofing is typically a priority because you don't want to put work into the interior of someone's house and the roof is bad. It kind of defeats the purpose. You also want to determine if we're implementing a program, do we want to do grants? Do we want to do loans? Do we want to do a combination of the two? And of course, that would require that we set some income guidelines. So that's something else that we would examine for the programs. You also want to look at programs that are for owner-occupied homes only. Landlords are typically in the business, not all, but some, both, are in the business of renting properties and profiting from that. So this is not our target audience. This is not who we're looking to assist when we're talking about home rehab programs. And of course, you can have your programs based on a number of parameters. You can tailor them to address senior repair. So that would be based on age and maybe income. You can offer incentives to people that want to purchase and own homes. One program that I saw with the city of Collinsville is that they had a specific program that would allow I think they gave an extra $5,000 to someone that was converting a landlord property to an owner occupied home. So those are the types of programs that we can look at and consider. I gave some examples on the right. Senior Repair, which is a program that I administered in my previous city. It was for seniors over the age of 62. There was an income requirement based on families. They got up to $12,000 for repair. It was a grant. There was no need for them to pay it back. And we were targeting the seniors that remained in East St. Louis, mostly for all of their lives, and did not have the funds to repair their home. So that's an example of one program. As we talk about leveraging our funds, we had a 50-50 matching program where you could get up to $25,000 if you could show that you had $25,000 and put that toward your home repairs. Single family home repair would be maybe to target the low income individuals in the third ward or throughout the city. Of course, you would get proof of their income and decide the amount of money that you want to either grant or loan them. And then Vacant and Abandoned was a program that we had to target homes that had just been abandoned in the city. We were trying to get them back on the tax roll. So we would offer a grant to someone to come in, repair that home, and they would have to live in the home and get the home back on the tax roll. So these are some examples of programs that we could consider for the city of University City. And the thing about these programs is that they can benefit the third ward, but they can also be implemented citywide. Once you start putting certain income requirements on there, you can decide, maybe your third ward residents will be your priority members, and then citywide residents that may have a higher income, they may be your non-priority members. And you determine, the order in which you'll help them, but it allows you to implement these programs citywide. And of course, with each program, we would have a lien requirement. So, especially if you're giving a grant, you would have a lien requirement, and typically it's a 5-year lien. And each year that the person occupies the home, the lien may be reduced by 20% until the 5th year, which it is completely removed. And the purpose of that is to make sure that you're not giving funding to someone to fix up a home and then sell it. So a home ownership program. So of course we talk about having more homeowners, especially in the third ward. So we of course could offer a down payment assistance program, but everyone offers that, and home ownership goes a bit beyond that. So I would also recommend home ownership workshops. You don't want to just get someone in the home, especially if they're a first time homeowner. You don't want to just get them in the home, you want to keep them in the house. You want them to stay there. So these homeowner workshops, where we could partner with other organizations to hold these, would teach someone about homeownership, budgeting to make sure that you have the money for the repairs. Because once you own your own home, there's no more picking up the phone, calling the landlord to say the water heater's out and come fix it. You have to be prepared to fix that yourself. And then we would also have the option to supplement existing programs with community partners. So there are a number of organizations out there that already offer down payment assistance programs. There's one program in particular that I've already been having conversations with about partnering, and it's called the NAPA program. And the cool thing about this program is that it is no down payment, no closing costs, no PMI. They don't go off credit score. They look at your credit history, of course. So they look at the last 12 to 24 months to see if you've been making your payments on time. How old is your debt? If you have collections, how old are your collections? But they don't just look at someone's credit score and deny it. So I think that would be very beneficial for some of our residents in the third ward. And when I say we could supplement that program, even though there's no down payment required, say we give a $10,000 grant for down payment assistance, they could use that money to buy down their interest rate. So the interest rates are already below market for the NAPA program. And for, I think it's for each 1% of the cost of the home that they're able to buy down, they get 0.25% off their interest rate. And I think they can get it all the way down to 1%. So I think supplementing programs that already exist like that would be very beneficial to our citizens, especially in the urban areas. And then create and distribute a resource guide. So there are so many programs out there. It's just about knowing where to find the information. And a lot of times, our citizens, our residents, they don't know where to find the information. They don't know where to go. So as we are moving forward with creating a home ownership program, I think it would be wise to, as we establish our community partnerships, put that information in a resource guide where someone is looking to purchase a home, they want to start the process, they need help, they may need rental assistance, they may need weatherization, have all of that information in one place at the city so that you can distribute that information to your citizens. Now, responsible landlords. The biggest problem with rental properties is often that the landlords don't live here. They're in California somewhere and, maybe they purchased 5 homes and there's really no one here managing the property. There's no one here that's, making sure the property stays clean and making sure that it's kept up. The city of Florissant and also the city of Collinsville both implemented this landlord licensing program. And it requires the landlord to, one, have an agent or representative within 50 miles of the city. That's number one. They have to have a registered agent that can be notified if the grass is too high. This past week, we've had a number of conversations about code enforcement issues. And often the problem when you're trying to get someone to clean up a property, you can't find them. You can't get a hold of the person in California. So you have this program that requires them to have someone within 50 miles that you can contact that can address the issue immediately. The license program would also require them to make sure they're adhering to our code guidelines, to make sure they're following our rules, and if they don't, they could have their license suspended or revoked, meaning they wouldn't be able to get an occupancy permit to rent the house. And there is a fee that is charged for that. Each year they pay $50 per owner, per residential dwelling in the city. This is in the city of Florissant, that they're required to pay that fee to register and update their information. So this is one example of a program that we can use to hold our landlords responsible. And vacant property registration program. So we actually, I believe on one of the council meetings, this question came up. We actually do have a vacant property registration program that's already on the books here. I don't know that it's being enforced, but we do have a requirement that if a building is going to be vacant for more than 30 days, the owner is supposed to come and pay a $200 fee to register that with the city. And it should stay on that list until such time that they are going to move someone in the house, at which point they will notify us. The only thing I would recommend to add to this is that it be an annual requirement that they have to renew that. If the building is vacant longer than a year, then they should come back and they should let us know the building is still vacant and make sure that we have their current information on file so that we can contact them. And then strategic code enforcement. We have definitely been picking up on code enforcement. I have been party to a few emails on some recent code enforcement issues. And right now, and I'm not in the department, so I can't say for sure, but right now, code enforcement seems to be a bit reactive. We get a call, we go out, we address whatever issue or we contact the owner. Strategic code enforcement would be that, but it would also be proactive enforcement. It would be, which I believe we are having our code enforcers assigned to districts where they will have to patrol. And they would self-initiate, go out, the grass is too high. They would address the issue and by being proactive, you can catch some issues before they get out of control. You can catch an issue before it, or hopefully you can catch an issue before it gets out of control and stop it by contacting the owner of the property. So infrastructure for the third ward enhancements. So we talked about the streets, trees, and the lighting. Which you can't see that yellow. So I had a couple of meetings with C9, with Darren, and so when we're talking about street improvements, the Public Works Department actually has 5 years worth of streets already planned out. They just need funding. So the idea with this would be that in addition to the streets that we're already planning to address in the third ward, the council could consider allocating additional funding to address more streets in the third ward. Same thing with the trees. There is an extensive list. I can't even tell you how many trees were on this list that they have organized by those that need to be removed, those that need to be trimmed or pruned. And I think that the storms plural that we recently had show the importance of maintenance, tree maintenance. I don't think it's something that we often consider until we have to. And these 2 storms that we had that we ended up with a lot of down trees, I think show the importance of addressing some of those trees that need to be pruned and or removed as soon as possible. And then light, I have been trying to figure out exactly how many poles are Ameren-owned poles versus city-owned poles. And the reason being is that when it comes to the lighting, I think that you can get, if you partner with Ameren, you can get them to address some of their lighting issues fairly quickly. So that's something that you get to see right away. And the goal of lighting would be to replace the outages, erecting poles, make sure that there's adequate lighting throughout the city, but especially in the third ward. And then public safety. So with us focusing on public safety for neighborhood stabilization, of course, we always talk about increased patrols when it comes to preventing crime, but it becomes about more than that. It's neighborhood watch programs. It's citizen police academy so that they understand the police practices. This is something you guys actually already have established here in New City, though I'm not sure the last time a citizen police academy was held. And the reason behind that is that safety for most people is a major factor when it comes to selecting a home, a neighborhood that they're going to move into or that they're going to stay into. Each week when the city manager sends his report, I do read every single page of the comments from next door to just hear what the citizens are saying. I do. And, safety comes up a lot. Safety comes up as a major issue a lot. And sometimes there's a lot of complaints about them not understanding some of the practices. So I think any focus on public safety would be just whatever steps you can take to bring the neighborhood into the process and help them understand it, help them figure out where they can help. I think is important. So I put the process back up here again because there's one additional step that I added in. Again, we talked about the process being assessment, planning, and implementation. But this third step that I'm putting in here, doing while planning. The importance of doing while planning is that you pick out the low-hanging fruit and you pick out the things that you can do now so that the citizens can see that you're doing something. A typical plan for neighborhood stabilization could take years. It could be 1 to 2, 3 years. But there are items that can be done while you're in the planning stage so that the citizens can see that you are doing what you said you're going to do, or you're doing what you're saying that you're going to do. So some of the doing while planning items that I've identified, the street improvements, the tree pruning, lighting, beautification projects, neighborhood cleanup. These items are fairly easy because they consist of projects that are already planned which would be the street improvements and tree pruning. Those projects are already planned, they just require funding. Or things like the lighting beautification projects, neighborhood cleanups, they require very little funding on our part. You know, we partnered with Ameren to address the lighting issues in the city. That especially when it's their poles, that's Ameren. There's really no funding on our part. Beautification projects are and cleanups are various projects that can be organized with volunteers in the neighborhood, especially in the third ward. Pick a Saturday, do a city cleanup or a neighborhood cleanup, picking up the trash off the streets. Those are items that we can do immediately. I also added this morning, to begin to enforce the vacant property registration. Anything that we already have on the books, we can start enforcing immediately. And those are the things that we can do now, and people will see that we're doing that and that we're working on improving the neighborhood. Leveraging our funds. So requiring matching funds is one way of leveraging our funds. Creating a revolving loan fund is another way. Bank investments and grants. So requiring matching funds for the home repair programs, whether you do a grant or a loan, it helps leverage those dollars. And the higher someone's income is, the more match you can require, so that they are also investing in the property as well. Revolving loan fund, creating a program that has rehab loans with lower competitive interest rates for homeowners looking to repair their homes. As you're getting your payments in for those loans, that you're able to replenish the funds in the loan funds in the account. Bank investments. Start asking our community partners for participation. One program that we were able to create in the city of East St. Louis with First Bank was that we put up $500,000 and First Bank put up $500,000 to create a home repair program. So we can get out here and let's start having those meetings and let's start asking those questions. Especially for the banks that are already located in University City. How can you contribute to this initiative to stabilize this neighborhood and ultimately stabilize the city? And then grants, seeking outside grants. There are a number of funding opportunities out there if you take the time to research them and you have someone that is skilled at grant writing. But also there are a number of programs that we may not necessarily be able to go after ourselves. Maybe there are nonprofits that can, for example, SHED. Adam Brown was one of the first people I met when I started in the city. And usually if I'm on a number of grant watch lists, when I get emails, I send it to them. They can do the work. Often from us, it may just require a letter of support or something like that, but they can actually apply for the grant and administer the grant to benefit the third ward, or other organizations can apply for grants that would benefit the city as a whole. So these, and sometimes they may require matching funds. There are grants that may require a 10% match. And so you can take some of the funding that you have to get more funding, and that would be another way of leveraging the funds. And so here I've identified some potential community partners. And I think the best way to leverage your resources, which are always strained in any government, is to bring in your community partners, bring them to the table and see how and where they can contribute. These are some I've identified: the banking institutions, St. Louis County Community Development, RISE, National Development Council, SHED, Ameren, Beyond Housing, Better Family Life, Justine Peterson, Castle, Early, WashU, and NACA. NACA program is very beneficial, and though nothing's official, they're absolutely ready to come in and assist individuals in the third ward with becoming homeowners. So that's just a brief overview. This is go on and on. Do you guys have any questions?
I'm assuming many of my I'll have questions. I have several of them, but I'll, keep mine to the, mine to go first.
Thank you. I've got two areas that I'd like to ask some questions about. The first one is the very beginning, the formation of a task force. And the notes here say that the council would appoint a task force, and that the task force would set the guiding principles, they identify goals, identify priorities, set performance measures, etc. Is it envisioned that we would just establish this task force and say, here, you're a task force now for the third one, come up with your goals and your priorities, etc. Or would we, as a council, be giving them some type of mandate so that they have some guidelines as to what they want to do? Or would this be just something that they go out and make decisions on their own?
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Kusick, the intention of the task force, as you know, with the establishment of any task force by the mayor and council, you have historically created guiding principles so that they are clear as to what their mission is. And I wouldn't see this being different. I think that certainly we would, as staff, make a recommendation of what we think those guiding principles should include, but it would be up to you and the mayor and council to make the final decision on what you think what do you want that task force to accomplish.
Thank you. And then as it to the issue about leveraging our existing funds and being able to go out to the different areas to there were some ideas mentioned about leveraging funds. It would seem to me that maybe a volunteer resident task force may not have the expertise and the connections to be able to really get out and determine where areas are that we can leverage those funds in, as well as being able to work the intricacies of paperwork and stuff like that. So would it be, would the task force be required or asked to be in charge of any type of leveraging of funds issues, or would that be something that they would have assistance with? Because again, I would think that our own finance department would probably need to be involved so that there is a degree of expertise involved so that they can work those avenues and resources.
I'm Mayor, Councilmember Kusick, the task force that I would recommend to you would have a beginning and a clearly defined end. The administration of the programs, once they're in place, would be up to the council and staff. And so what would occur is, let's just say, for revitalization of the third ward, that particular project, the task force would identify what they believe are the needs. That information would come to the city council for consideration. Ultimately, you would make a decision on how what you believe those needs are and how you believe those needs should be addressed based upon, I'm sure, recommendations from staff as well. With regards to the housing program, that would be citywide. The task force would be charged with what should be the components of a task force that would be effective in University City. I believe Assistant City Manager Brooke Smith outlined some of the components that she's familiar with. So a lot of the research that would be done would simply be done by staff, presenting that information to the task force, saying, here are some ideas of things, components that you could have in a housing program. What do you think works in University City? And it's important, I think, to have that citizen group input because they know the community much better than what, as staff, we know. And so we want to make recommendations on what we believe will be effective, but each each community is different. And so you have to have that outreach, you have to have that input in defining what a program that's going to be effective in University City should look like. All of that information will come to the city council and we'll plop it on your desk and we'll say, here are all of the issues that we are aware of. Here's the recommendation from staff. Here's the recommendation from the task force with regards to the needs. Did I go ahead? Okay. With regards to the needs assessment and in regards to the housing program. Now, I would anticipate that those recommendations would be the same, but they could be a little bit different. But in most instances, we would work very hard to try and have a uniform recommendation to the mayor and council from both staff and the task force.
I just have a quick clarification question following up on Tim's comment. It's not mentioned in the slide, and maybe wrong in assuming, but isn't the intention for the assistant city manager to be a liaison of sorts to be able to share the information that should be shared with us or the task force?
Mayor, Councilor Hales, that is correct. Assistant City Manager Brooke Smith would have the lead role in working with the task force and providing any information that they need to them. That doesn't mean that she would be doing all of the research, but she would be coordinating all of the research that would be needed. Obviously, that would be at my direction, but she'll be doing all the labor.
Thank you. And I have one other question, which might be a John question. My understanding is that we do have a licensing for rental properties now. I don't know how well it's been kind of introduced and managed, whether it's been stayed on top of.
So we do have something on the books. It is not as extensive as what the city of Florida Center or the city of Collinsville has. We have a requirement merely that if a property is rented, that there should be an agent registered with the city. And that's basically it. It doesn't go into the level of detail with the actual license of to rent, being able to suspend or revoke the license, the requirement that the agent be within 50 miles of the city. What we have, at least from what I've read, and I've forwarded this information from Cliff a while back, we don't have anything as extensive as what Florida said. So if we were to do that, we would be asking for some amendments to what's already.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say I totally support the idea of being able to potentially suspend or revoke licensing, because we all know we have problem landlords. We have problem landlords in every ward. Obviously, we've got areas that are more impacted, but to have a tool at our disposal to more effectively clamp down on some of these absentee landlords, I think is a great proposition. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. Yes, ma'am. So there are a couple things for me, and I want to speak at a high level more in terms of principles than necessarily getting into tactics. I think for me, as we look at the composition of the task force, which I think is critical, one of the principles is third order representation, and making sure that that is robust. And I think that's part of this conversation. What does that look like? Certainly no council person is surrendering the right to appointment, but what does that composition look like? How do we all factor into that? And flowing from that is, I think a lot of the tactical things we're discussing to the city manager's point really reside in input from this task force. And you all won't be surprised. I got a lot of ideas about how I think this should run. And I would love to see them go that way. But I believe that with prudent selection
and then information presented to this task force, they will come up with the things that are most impactful for the third ward. And so what I would submit to my colleagues is that at our level, we don't necessarily get into it should be spent for this or that or the other, but we really leave that conversation to reside at the task force level. Now, of course, it is the job of Assistant City Manager Smith and the staff to lay out the parameters of what is feasible, what is legal, what is possible, but really it resides with that task force. So I will be in a position of having to hold my tongue as we move forward in this, and really allowing that process to move forward. I think the other thing is, I know we'll be looking at primarily the third ward for a lot of this, but clearly there are implications for some of the things that will come out of the work of the task force. There'll be implications for other wards, the housing program, for example. I think our task is really to make sure that funds allocated for the third ward just go to the third ward. I know that's everyone's intention, but I think the accounting, the financial reporting needs to be rigorous, so we can say, we've made this commitment to the third ward, here's how we are living up to that commitment. Mayor, I don't know how we get into the conversation about representation on the actual commission, but that's what I would be interested in trying to figure out before we leave today.
If you could go back to the slide where you have the proposed makeup of the task force. If you look at at least what's likely to be recommended to you, it gives the ability to have a heavier weight to any particular area that. And that's what staff does, it presents options for you. Certainly the discussion has centered around having heavier weighted towards the third ward. And so even if each of the council members select an individual from their own ward, the mayor and council still has the opportunity to have a heavier weight towards the third ward because the council as a body will appoint 2 members. So you could potentially reach agreement on what that third ward, who those representatives from the third ward would be, those 2 representatives that would be appointed by the mayor and council as a body. And so that's, it was designed to allow you as a council to make that decision of how you want to do it.
If I can just jump in real quick. I think what I would say, first, I think it's important that there's a member commission from at least all the wards. So that would mean there's someone first, someone second, and maybe 2 from each of those. Could be, if you just do the math on this, you've got at least 2 people from the one person from the first, one from the second, or 2 from the, then still got 5 likely coming from the third. So you've got the mayors. I've said before that if I'm going to appoint the chair, I think the first thing would be qualified and interested person. The second would be on the third ward, and likely they will be. I think the council members from the third ward will likely appoint people from the third ward. So that already makes you at 3. And then you've got 2 as the body of the whole coming from the entire council. So I think the makeup of the commission is going to pretty much define itself by, I think, the working relationship that we've all established over the past several years. So I think you're going to have, if I were to get, in my mind, you have minimum 4 people probably from the third ward, if not 5. Just doing the math on that, how we all operate with each other. So I still think the most important thing is, are they qualified and interested? And then the geography where they're from. But I think that knowing knowing how this body operates, I think that there will be clear that there will be significant representation.
I appreciate that. I would strongly advocate it, and the numbers, I think, played out that way, that there would be much more representation. But I think the numbers are playing out that way, but that's the hill I'm gonna stick.
Yeah, I had a question and then, so my question is, I kind of want to clarify, because I know that we're talking about the $3 million, but we're also talking about a citywide. And so is this task force going to be addressing both of those things, or is it a task force to talk about how we invest that $3 million in the third ward? Like, how does that break?
Hello, Mayor, Councilmember Klein. The intention is for the task force to do two things. One is to work with the community within the third ward to identify what does the community believe the needs are within the third ward. They may come back to you and say, it may be in line with what we believe it to be. Housing, public safety, and infrastructure. At that point, what you as a council normally would do is to direct staff, here are the goals that we're trying to achieve. We want to revitalize the third ward. They believe that the needs exist within public safety, infrastructure, and housing. You tell us, based upon the funding that exists, because I understand it's not just the $10 million. It's also the funding that they will be receiving from the general fund. So based upon the goals and objectives that you set as a council, you will ask staff, how can we best achieve those goals and objectives? And we'll bring that back to you. So that's one purpose of the task force. The other purpose, the other purpose is we understand that there is a need for a housing program that traverses all of the wards that are within the university. So what do you as a task force believe should be the components of a housing program in University City that will be effective for all of the wards? We will present options to the task force, things to consider. I would suspect that it will be a very similar presentation as to what you're receiving here. They may say, I like this. I'm not so sure this is going to work within University City. So based upon that direction, Brooke will work with the rest of staff and bringing additional information regarding whatever programs they select so that they are clearly informed about how those elements would operate. Once that is concluded, we will bring to you as a council, here is our recommendation for a housing program within University City that reflects the recommendations of the task force. And that's where I get back to the I don't want to say that we will only recommend what the task force recommends. I think that is not the role of staff. Our role is to tell you what, from a professional perspective, here's what we think. But in most instances, we are able to provide that information to the task force, and the task force are smart people as well. And so we'll have the debate with them about elements, but at the end, my goal is to have a recommendation that is the same. I just don't want to completely lock us into it in case there is some element that we just can't get past. We may believe that it's extremely important to have a particular element. Maybe you say it's a grant program. We think that that's hugely important. the task force may not agree with us, we still want to be able to bring that forward to you.
And then I just, in terms of a comment, I just kind of want to, that I really think that we have a great opportunity here to, you know, I mean, we're achieving these goals, and I think thank you for your presentation. I think that you presented some fantastic ideas. In addition to this, I think we have a really great opportunity to help our, you know, the third ward to build a bridge of trust, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is that I think that we have some, there's an element of distrust in the third ward for government and how we run things and how. And I believe that we're all trying to do the right thing here. I think that we're trying to help the third ward. We're trying to, you know, promote these good goals. But if we don't communicate that well enough to them, if we don't include them in the conversation enough, then they're not going to really feel that way, even though we're working toward those goals. So, you know, I like to propose that we really make it a priority to, you know, as we form this task force, maybe, you know, it can be in a direction to the task force. Can we hire a community development group that can have community meetings, community outreach, that can go out to the community and say, what do you want? What do you think is important? How can we help you? And I think that if we do this in the right way, we're going to have, you know, organizations from outside of the city that are going to say, hey, look what they're doing. You know, people are excited about this, people are involved, and they're going to want to bring their resources to us as well. So, you know, I just, you know, if we don't verbalize this as a priority, you know, a task force is, you know, 10 people, which is important and it's great, but, you know, we really want, I think that we really want to make sure that that the whole third ward owns this, that they really feel a part of it, and that they don't feel like we're saying, well, we know best, just trust us, because they don't really trust us at this point. Or a lot of people don't. Some people do, but some people don't, and we want to build that trust. It's a bridge that's not there yet, that I think should be part of our conversation. So that's just my
Thank you. I just want to first, before I get too far into today, thank all the staff that are here, because one of the reasons these were put on Saturdays before was that some of us didn't have to take off from our daily job, which then gives you guys an extra daily job, be here and away from your families. And so I really appreciate that you all come out and do this to help us, because we're really kind of impinging on your day, your week. So I really want to thank all the staff, and I'll probably say this again later as new staff show up, but thank you for allowing us to have this time here with you and on your personal. I'd also like to just thank you for the presentation. I think we could pick almost any page of your PowerPoint and you could probably talk for hours on any specific topic. And I think there is a large amount of confusion and when we talk about housing, it's such a vague term that we don't all know what it means. So when we hear somebody say, we have to spend $10 million only on housing, on social media, and if we don't spend it on housing, we violated the trust. I don't know what that means. I'm nervous, because housing does have streets and lights and trees and parks. It's all of this, and so it's kind of confusing. So that I think goes to what Ms. Klein is saying, is that we want to build that trust, that we are doing things that we believe will help, and we want to know from our residents, and especially in the third ward, if there's money that there is that's earmarked for that area, that we are using it appropriately, and we talk to those people and we build that trust so that we can do that. And I think that takes us a step back. As a council, we don't want to build that distrust. This process that we found ourselves in identifying RPA 2 and RPA 3, that wasn't just an intention. That was a promise. That's what this council did. That's why we had an overflow meeting at the Mandarin House with people saying we didn't have a big enough meeting hall because we sent out all those letters informing people of how big of an area this council, the members of the second ward, the first ward, and the third ward made a specific public promise. It's not just an intention. It goes deeper than that. That's where we started this discussion. When that project was in its infancy, the idea came about to say, how do we leverage these funds to help an area that we saw may have been neglected? That was the driving force to make this project so big. And that was the driving force that forced all of us as council members to take lots of shots and carry that load and make sure we could get to where we are today. So I really would like to make it clear that that was not just an intention, it was a promise. We voted on it, it's there, you can read the plan, you can read the development agreement, that's what's there. It's already there. And that has to help us then to say, you've got an entire council that agrees and is working towards that. Let's implement it so that it's accomplished. We're there for you. That's an agreement that we've all already made. And I think that gets us back into the parameters for the task force. If we combine an overall housing program and the things that come out of the development plan, we need to make sure that we're clear, as I think has been stated, that the additional funds are used to augment areas that we've identified in that plan. But we also have to be clear that that also sets out our parameters for what we can use those augmented funds for. And it can be multiple things. So we have to be clear on when we set out what that plan is, that we'll hit those things, that they're all on the table, that we can't have somebody come in and it can just only be for housing, whatever they think housing is. We can't let, I don't know what that means when somebody just says, you can only spend that on housing. I'd like to find more information on what, people on the task force might, see as what that means. But if they're identifying needs, we need more lights, we need better streets, we need better curbs, we need our trees taken care of, we need housing programs, much like Ms. Smith was identifying. Then I think that makes a lot of sense for us. And so we need, as a council, to set out those parameters of what would be discussed there so that our professionals can then make the plans and the programs that will hit those and meet those needs. So now that's my comments. On to my questions. When you talked about licensing landlords and their license could be suspended, what does that look like when their licenses are suspended? Because does it mean their occupancy permits are pulled and then a resident doesn't have a house to live in? Or do we restrict their funds? What does it mean if it's suspended?
So I would have to do a little bit more research on that. I am not certain that, of course, it ever got to the point of having to suspend someone's license. I know that per the ordinance, there is an appeals process, and no, it doesn't mean that they have to kick the person out, or that they can't, you don't have anywhere to live. The goal is always compliance. The goal is always to get the person's attention more so than it is to kick someone out of their house. I can certainly reach out to Florissant and ask them. This was a program that they implemented this a while ago. The first I heard about it was during my tenure for the city of Delaware, which was many years ago. And I currently live in Florissant. I know when I talked to someone a couple of years back, they had never had to suspend. They never suspended someone, never revoked anyone. I think it's given the option. I would probably have to reach out to ask, what does that process look like? If someone's suspended, do they have like, X amount of time to get into compliance, and if they don't, then, do you pull the occupancy permit? How does that work? I'm certain they wouldn't kick a tenant out. The penalty for not having a valid occupancy permit is citation. So maybe the punishment is we pull the occupancy permit, you get a citation every day. The homeowner gets a citation every day, therefore a fine every day until they're in compliance. I'm not sure. And of course, we would get to decide what that looks like here. This is just an example of what their program is, but the task force, the council as a body would get to decide what that looks like here, with, of course, John letting us know what we can or cannot do.
My last question was, relating to the $3 million that we fortunately already have. And you mentioned, it's not a lot of money when you look at it as a housing program for an area as large as RPA. And I get that, but we might have some of our residents going, $3 million is a lot of money. We've already heard that about other things we want to spend $2 million on. So just in a very broad sense, and not specifically, because we don't even have to task force. But would you be looking at saying that money would be better spent on the projects that you said could give us visibility now, things we already know, and augment it, getting it moving? So if there was tree pruning planned for the third ward, but it's over a 5-year period, we could spend some of that money sooner to get that down to a 2-year period. Is that the kind of thing you would envision that $3 million for? So just directing it to that area, not citywide, but getting so that you really have tangible results that can be directed. Now, would you defer that $3 million, saying, hold on to it for a while, leverage it? What's your sense on that? Not that I'm binding you to anything, but I'm just saying, what's your sense?
I would say that a portion of it, of course, I would not say that you commit the entire $2 million to street repairs. But if the council decided, okay, we want to do the doing while planning, where someone can see, everybody knows that the city got this money, everybody's asking, what are they doing with it? There have been conspiracy theories about this money being put elsewhere. So if you start to pull that money down and say, okay, we're going to take $200,000 in addition to what we've already allocated for capital improvement for streets. And we're going to do streets this year that we initially planned to do in 2023 in the third ward. But because we took this extra money, we'll do that now. The goal of that would be to show the residents that you're doing something now. You are doing what you said you were going to do. And it's something visible that they can see. Everybody wants to see street improvements, I think, anywhere. So it would be something tangible that they can see today. And it's something that we've already got planned, so it would not require a lot of effort on our part. Would I say the whole $3 million? No. I think that would be up to you guys to determine the amount, but I think that, and you could start out, honestly, with a budget and say in year one, we're going to take $500,000 for trees and streets. In year two, we're going to take $1 million and focus completely on these housing repair programs. In year three, we're going to take another $1 million and focus on homeownership. It would be up to you guys, of course, and the task force.
Just to interject, if you recall in the redevelopment agreement, $3 million, also a portion of that has to be used for, I would say, defining it as collateral, in the sense that if through the land acquisition process, don't foresee this occurring, but let's say we get into a eminent domain type of action that doesn't go well for us. And so a portion of that, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, has to be used for shoring up that process. We think that the largest land parcels at this point have already been acquired, or they've reached agreement on the largest land parcels. So our exposure there is more limited. But I want to indicate that because even if you as a council today wanted to use the entire 3 million for infrastructure or livestock or so forth, I would caution you against that.
Just to follow up on that, some of the proceeds come through dedicated taxes that are within those millions of dollars that we're going to see. And so we can't, and one of those taxes might be stormwater and parks. So it's already, because it's a dedicated tax, while it could go into something that helps stabilize the area, isn't necessarily something that you could put towards a quote unquote housing program. Our hands are in ways tied because of the overall structure of this. And I think we need to communicate that to folks out in the community who think that all of this money has to go to quote unquote a housing program, where there are dedicated taxes. And lastly, and then I'll be quiet, thank you. I expressed my appreciation to all staff that's here on a Saturday just a minute ago, and now you all walked in. So I'm not going to say it again, but I really appreciate that you're taking the time to help us out. Thanks.
So the $3 million is part of the redevelopment, to be used for the redevelopment plan goals set out in the redevelopment plan approved by the council. Council has broad discretion on the use of that money, but nevertheless, it has to be within the parameters of the redevelopment plan. The developer put up a letter of credit, which was intended to, in effect, ensure against any city exposure during the land acquisition process, which actually is still continuing, as the city manager pointed out. The $3 billion does not legally have to be used to ensure that exposure, but it's a matter of what the council's comfort level is in spending any of that money at this time when there is potential for exposure. Keep in mind, though, that the developer is responsible for indemnifying the city, and that would be the LLC, and under its current ownership. And so that's something that I want to take into consideration. So the answer is you're not legally restricted from spending that money. It's a matter of what the council's comfort level is on doing so. With respect to this comment about the landlord registration program, this is something we've looked at times over the years. I drafted some legislation a number of years ago dealing with this, and it wasn't passed by the council at the time. And there are different ways to approach it, and be happy to talk with staff about different legal approaches you can take to regulating landlords in University City. One way, of course, is the occupancy permit, which Councilmember McMahon has questions about. What could you do? And there, for instance, you could have annual occupancy inspections for landlord property. That was something I drafted legislation on that was not passed. But that's just one example of how you approach it. So I would expect that we would drill down on this in detail as this moves forward, if that's the council's desire.
Yes, thank you. A couple things related to, I was glad to hear Assistant City Manager Smith reference a comprehensive planning process that would involve residents over and above the implementation of a task force. Within the city of St. Louis, there are several exemplars of these types of comprehensive planning processes. Jefferson Gravois, Bolivar, Touchdown South, just to name a few. I think that those plans are far more detailed and deal with a level of complexity that we don't have in the third ward. So I think, and caveat being I'm not a city planning professional or city management professional, I don't think a comprehensive process for us would take years or months like it does in the city. They're dealing with refugee issues, they're dealing with just complexities that just aren't manifest in the third ward. So I like the articulation of thinking about a process. I think that's critical. To have that comprehensive process and have the task force very involved in helping lead that process. So I would certainly look for you to bring that forward. I'm listening for that information and to hear your thoughts about how that can manifest. To the point of the vacancy legislation or ordinances that we already have on the books, I think we whatever the ordinance is, I think it funnels down to this place because we have ordinances about how properties should be maintained that are applicable to vacant properties and occupied properties. I think we've got enough ordinances, but what happens is, whether it's vacant property, occupied, whatever, it all funnels down to enforcement and the thing that causes action within the landlord. And so, we find ourselves, we, city manager, Director Cross, all of us, Councilman Smosa, we're on a myriad of emails talking about citations and fines. And the phenomenon I've seen happen is, if you have a problem with landlord, if they're not paying the $100 fine, they're not going to pay the $200 fine or the $300 fine. Like, they just don't do it. And so whatever the ordinance is titled or what it pertains to, it all funnels down to that. Will the person, so we remove the occupancy permit. I'm a landlord in California, sitting on a beach in Malibu. Okay, you've removed it. Does that cause me to say, oh, I need to get on fixing these gutters in that residence? Like, or I need to get it rented, or I need to cut the grass. Like, does it move that person? And to me, the thing that will move them is the real tangible threat that I'm going to lose my property, I'm going to lose my investment. And I certainly understand, based on my understanding of the law, conversations with Mulligan and others, the right to private property is sacrosanct in every layer of our government. And so I understand the rights that property owners have, but I think our task is to be creative. How do we get to the thing that's going to move people? Because citations, revocation of occupancy permits, even liens have not spurred the action that I think we all want to see. So that's where I would really push. How do we be creative? How do we look at what other communities have done, where they've been able to strike at the property owner where they live, in some cases almost literally, and where it hurts. So not looking necessarily for an answer, but that's, I think, we got to get our arms around. Because we have a vacancy process for licensing on the books now.
I'm over there, Councilmember Clay. One of the things that we're looking at doing now is partnering programs. So the one that Assistant City Manager Smith articulated is one element. The other element is something that we have already instituted, which is the demolition program. So we start out with the citation. We may go towards corrective action. Maybe we do that a couple of times. But at some point, if your home falls into such a degree of being dilapidated, you will then qualify for our demolition program. And so that is what I think is the action that government can take to spur more investment into the particular house, which is exactly what we're doing for some of the dilapidated homes that exist today.
And I have seen progress as it relates to the demolition program. How do we accelerate process associated with that, because there are homes in the third ward I know that have been in a state of disrepair for years. And so they're in the process, but the process can take years. How do we accelerate that?
I don't know, Mayor, Councilmember Clay. The demolition program was only instituted maybe a clip.
Yep.
How long has it been backed up and operating?
About 6 months now. We got about 30 homes.
So the reason that the houses have remained in the dilapidated condition wasn't because there wasn't a tool to correct it. It was because the city did not implement a program to take advantage of that tool. Now we have that tool in place that can be used to address these houses. But the challenge that we have now is, let's say that you have an ongoing program, and so you might have 5 houses a year. You did not have a program, so now you have 200 houses that have built up over time that we are going through a process of addressing. So there's that backlog that's going to take us a little while to get to, but we're going to get to it. And now how quickly we're able to do that, there are a lot of factors involved. How much resources do you want to dedicate towards it? But understand that the intention and direction I received from you as a council is get these dilapidated homes down. And that's certainly our intention. But I didn't want there to be the misunderstanding that they would. I think I went out. Oh, there we go. I'm back. Because they've existed for a long time in the past means that they're going to stay in the same condition for an extended period of time in the future, because that will be the case.
Well, just wanted to thank Councilmember Clay and McMahon for their comments and statements. Especially with Councilmember Clay stating that, how do we get these vacant homeowners? How do we make them react? How do we make them act? That's a huge problem. And as I said, I mentioned this before, that, I took the city manager in the very, very beginning when he first started to a house at 1465 Left. That house is still a problem. And so, there's some middle of the road houses. And I think you actually, City Manager Rose, understand that. There's some middle of the road houses that become a problem every year. Those brothers are just sitting on that house and they don't do anything until, there's no reaction until somebody cites them. And this is going on each and every year, and we get the same calls each and every year. How do we address that? How does that end? And so that's one point. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Smotherson. It took some time to create a program. Now, I understand that this is my second time being here. So when I was here back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a program in place. So when I came back in 2017, certainly I was surprised that all of those programs had been eliminated. So during the initial discussions that I had with you as a council, I shared that it's not a light switch. Just go flip it and make these programs start. It takes time if you want to create an effective program. We are at that place now, though, that the program is in place, at least in its infancy stages. I would likely be asking the council to dedicate a lot more resources to it so that we can address the backlog. That's going to delight cliff too much, but we will be able to. But if you want to, the response to your question about why that home still exists, the home existed because we didn't have a program to get rid of it. And so now we do have a program, and I think not only that home, but other homes will be addressed as well.
Okay, and just very quickly, and the other thing that I wanted to actually state is, I do appreciate the comments by the mayor. And if in fact this council does in fact choose the task force, and it is a 5-4 task force, the third ward, I think that's right in line with what I was thinking should happen. And then I will say I appreciate that from this council, if in fact that does happen. But I do have a quick question that I want to kind of get some understanding. And believe me, this is an innocent question. I have nothing behind it or in front of it or whatever. Given the parameters, given the rules and regulations that were cleaned out in this housing program, what would a housing program look like in the first ward? And that could be a question you answer, and or the city manager. I'm just asking a question.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Smulders saying, the housing program for all wards would be the same. You may not be aware, but the CDBG program, the area where we are able to use CDBG funds, which indicates a particular socioeconomic issues, traverses all of the wards. So the needs that exist within the third ward exist in the second ward and in the first ward. The only thing that's different about the third ward is they are exponentially greater. So what we are proposing is to put together a housing program that's effective for University City, no matter what ward you are trying to address, because the issue with decay is that decay is expanding. So it would only take a period of time before the exact same challenges that you see in the third ward, you can see in the second ward and then in the first ward to the same degree. So let's create programs that are effective for addressing the issues throughout all of the wards. Is what I'm going to recommend.
I'd like to go through a few things. For some of these comments, and some of these are issues. I do think as we go forward, talk about this amount of money. We're talking about an area about the size of Shrewsbury. So you kind of got to pause and think how we're going to do this strategically. And I do think that as the task force does come about, I hope there will be conversations had, and I hope that they will continue about whether or not the task force picture of Franklin City picks some of the neighborhoods to be neighbors, because part of this has to be partnering with people outside of this funding, because the funding is just not enough. So when you talk about the home can't get common because homes are high enough, we can pick a neighborhood more stronger. That neighborhood to get those comps up, neighbors around them have the opportunity to get a higher net level on their house. My point in saying that is I really think that we owe it to everybody involved in this process to kind of peel this back. And I don't know that this is a program that goes from east end of the third ward all the way out to west. It may be pick and choose some neighborhoods so that you get a bigger bang for your buck. You get more money to flow in from financial institutions to help bring everybody up. And I think we got to be cautious with how we send these messages out. This program can't do enough on its own. So the parts of your presentation talk about partnership in a myriad of different fashions. I'm very pleased with, and I think we really got to concentrate on that. Having a pathway to ownership, I think what I was talking about is probably one of those things. Pathway to ownership clearly. I'm not positive of this. I don't know that there's, particularly with the second ward, yeah, I'm not sure that there's that many more rentals in the third ward than in the second ward. It's just the problem more houses that are rental versus the buildings that are rental. So kind of got to be careful as we move through this. But I do think a pathway to ownership is incredibly important. One of the things that I've been doing on, Brooke helped me answer the question, was an incentive to get a landlord to convert their property from rental back to home ownership. And I really do think, if I listen to my colleagues from the third ward, that's the biggest concern. So probably that's one of those things that we do need to spend some time on. How do we incentivize a landlord, whether it's a grant, whether it is, whatever it is, to try and support this almost, where's the profit incentive for that investor to move their money from income stream to return capital and return the home back to ownership? And really, that's truly what we're talking about. When you talk about the home ownership programs, I were on a call yesterday, or I really necessarily like that in having a retreat on bylaws and things like that. I will tell you that I think quite similar to Habitat, and I think I'm saying this correctly, Habitat, I think had a program that would take ownership of classes that they walk through, as you say, the responsibility of being homeowner versus being a renter. Another thing I want to talk about, this is something I can't remember who this undergraduates. I just want to say this in a more global format that we need to be cognizant of. That is that the Neighborhood Watch program, I'm not sure how active necessarily is in University City, but in other communities around us, that whole program is being revisited because of racial overtones that it has. I think if I talk to my colleagues from the third ward, I think we would say probably the Neighborhood Watch programs have worked and been successful, maybe a little bit more. But I'm not sure that that's necessarily where we as a community or country are right now with the Neighborhood Watch program. I think we kind of have to search through that one as well. I love the idea of doing while we're planning. That's very important, extremely important. And then the other thing I think, as I read the paper early this morning, the census data has already come out for the city of St. Louis and the town of South, but they did it by the wards as to who's gaining those populations, lost those populations, shrinking their wards. I'm saying that, that's a major story. I think that ours is, I'm just trying to assume that the same information must now be out for us or pretty soon. And that to all of us means that the ward population will be coming out. And we see who's going to lose what down with part of the largest operation thing. But the city has already got their census tracked by the wards. Ours must be coming closer. And I do want to say again, I do not believe, and I hope this is clear, I don't believe that any member of this council will be disappointed by the makeup of the task force. I think we all know this, making sure that we do this as one community for the benefit of one community, because we've all been here a long time. We care enough about this community, make sure we do what's right.
Thank you. I want to circle back. I totally agree with what Councilman Clay said about the possibility of accelerating the process of demolitions. Obviously, it's a lot to manage. Secondly, I think as we go through and this program continues, I think it would be helpful, as I mentioned the other night at the council meeting, to be provided statistics for the community to be able to see statistics of those properties that have gone through the demolition notification process that then have had action taken, either they solved it and improved the issues that have been abated and brought them to where they need to be. I think that's a good measure of success, and also tied to that as we move forward with the code enforcement, receiving regular updates and statistics on the number of enforcement cases and how many of those get abated. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank Brooke. I've been waiting since you got here to hear your ideas on some of the things that would help our community. The presentation was incredibly detailed. I am curious, and I think one point of communication that would be also important is the leveraging aspect of the $3 million. There's been a lot of talk about city's got this $3 billion environment they do. And to me, the opportunity to leverage that money through venture grants, hadn't even thought about nonprofit grants towards groups like SHED being able to cooperate, coordinate in that way. But when we're talking about, say, just the $3 million, and this is a loaded question that I don't expect to answer, what could we expect? What could we hope to get as a total return through opportunity and leveraging the funds that we have for matches? Being able to communicate that. It's not a, it's an open-ended question, but just there's an importance, I think, to communicate. We have to be very thoughtful as we move through this process because we want one shot to get it right, and we want to make sure that we maximize. I think we would all agree to maximize every opportunity to make the most of what we have in the grant process opportunities. Thank you.
So, I remember when our city manager was the assistant city manager many years ago, and we had a very robust housing court. And he remembers those days as well as do I. I was prosecuting attorney at the time, did it for about 25 years. My perspective is the same as Councilmember Clay's and the mayor's on the financial incentive. I think we could take two categories. The vacant properties where you can't find somebody with the financial incentive unless it's a lender that has a mortgage. And so that's one category of properties. The other, where you have landlords with tenants. My experience was that we could usually go after the tenants because the code allows prosecution against the owner and the occupant. So if the property was not up to code, you could enforce it against the tenant, and the tenant would say to the landlord, I'm not paying rent if I can't live here because the city is bringing me into court. They're going to revoke my occupancy permit. And I found that was very effective for the vast majority of landlords. They have a financial incentive. And so that was a good way to get them to act, I think. The vacant properties, yes, the demolition process it can be very effective, but some properties are not in the condition that allows the city to demolish. It could be somewhere between, yeah, they've got some code violations, but not enough that you can legally justify taking out the structure. So those are the challenges. And I think you look at those properties and you determine an action plan for each one. How are we going to do it? And that's something that, Mr. Cross, his staff, city manager, perhaps me, we sit down and we look at it and we say, okay, we've got this property. What's our action plan? How are we going to deal with this? So yes, we can have systems in place, and some of it is, Councilmember Clay said, just boils down to enforcing what we have. And on the council's agenda today, you have Bill 9445, which authorizes compensation for 2 new compliance officers. So that's certainly a step in the direction. Because Mr. Cross, additional tools, additional personnel to go out and identify the problem properties. So we could spend all day talking about code enforcement. I know we don't have time. It's a complex problem, but I do believe that the financial incentive is very important. One last point: Berkeley passed an ordinance a few years ago that limited the number of rental properties in particular areas. It was 30%, if I'm not mistaken. And so once a street had 30% rental, that was it. Everything had to be owner occupied. There was a lawsuit challenging that. It was ultimately dismissed. It was in St. Louis County Circuit Court. And as I understand it, Berkeley still has an ordinance in place. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's a policy direction the council would want to go. I'm just mentioning it as one example of how another city has addressed it. So it's a complex problem, requires a lot of analysis and discussion.
And I do think that's, guess that's the thinking I'm looking for. What, okay, Berkeley, maybe that's not appropriate for us, but I think at least putting that on the table, because I think we need to understand all the arrows that could potentially be in our quiver to address this, because it's not gonna be one magic ordinance that's gonna take care of all of this. It's gonna be a combination of things, but to the point of getting to where we wanna be, I'd be open to conversations about many different things. I will say, kind of saw the mayor, the strategy of kind of leveraging the tenant. I'm saying that might work, but I think that's just something we want to do.
Phone's gonna ring.
Leveraging the tenant in that way. I think we might to think about that, but I understand that was an example for that. But thank you for the thinking around this, and we just need to continue to have the conversation.
If it is agreeable to the mayor and council, my next step would be to bring forward to you a resolution that would create the task force along with recommended guiding principles for the task force. And so that would likely be coming to your first meeting in October for consideration. If there are no other questions on this item here, if you're in agreement, to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll have Assistant City Manager Gavin Macaluso will be leading the presentation of social media communications. Brett, thank you. Great job with the presentation. It just goes out. Okay. Oh. Mayor and council members, there's continued to be a ever increasing expanded use of social media platforms. Often through Facebook, Twitter, and many others. The presentation today is really to generate discussion and direction from you on what role do you want your government to play in that. Our goal is always to ensure that the residents have complete and accurate information. And with some of the, if not all, of the platforms, often it is commingled with political positions. And so as staff, we try to remain away from that. But I certainly recognize that residents often use that as a source of information. So we want to get from you, at least share some of the challenges with social media and receive direction from you on how you want us to operate. And Assistant City Manager Gabby Macaluso will be leading the presentation. Gabby?
Right, good morning. I guess, okay. So. Okay. Thank you. Okay, good morning. So as City Manager Rose said that I'm presenting on government communications, specifically as it relates to the city, university, city, and more specifically, social media. And so to begin with, I wanted to provide a summary of what accounts and what presence the city currently has. And so Facebook, by far, we have our most accounts. And as you can see, there's 2 related to Parks and Recreation. So there's one for the facility of Centennial Commons and one for recreation. There's one for the general city government. There's one related to Olive and the 170 development. There's one for the police department. And most recently, I learned there's one for the Ruth Park Golf Course. I had not known that existed prior, and I'm trying to gain control of that one so it can be under our umbrella. With Twitter, Nextdoor, and Instagram, there are 2 accounts in each one for the city government and one for the police department. If you stumble upon an account that I have not, listed up there, please let me know. We are trying to consolidate our accounts and put them all under the city umbrella so that the content is being archived through our vendor, Archive Social, and all are have the same voice and are being treated and executed the same way. So the role of government in social media is, it's changed a lot. So when I first became a government communicator in 2014, the world seemed a lot different than in general, but also in social media. The way that we interact with social media, the audience that we're appealing to, even within each specific platform, those audiences have changed and how they've used it have changed. But overall, the 3 main objectives of government remain the same. It's information sharing, so pushing out information about your programs and your policies and your events. And citizen engagement is the next piece. Obviously, that's through comments and direct messages, so responding and building that rapport and trying to build that trust with the community by sharing information. Third is crisis communication. And hopefully we don't have to, tackle that in the city. In my past experience with a different agency, this would come up a lot. And I can't stress to you the importance of social media and communicating in those type of environments. And that can be something from a natural disaster to perhaps you have a tanker that crashes on the highway and there's a chemical leak of some sort. So
really, there's a large number that can fall under that umbrella. And so our actions on social media are dictated by those three main objectives and use. We are also guided in how we use social media, so our approach to it by way of the platforms themselves. So as I mentioned, each platform has, they're used differently by people, and there's different demographic groups that appeal to them, and also what people are looking for information-wise. So Twitter is usually those quick snaps of information. You don't want a long tweet, you really can't, or limited on a number of characters. Whereas Facebook, we've seen that change more from exclusively college students to now the users tend to be a little older than say Instagram or something like a Snapchat. And so each platform puts out these rules and user terms that must be followed. And if you're not in compliance as a public agency, especially as a public agency, there's different rules that apply to you in that role rather than as a personal user. They can terminate your account. These are privately held companies that make their own rules. You are their client or customer. And so there are consequences for not following their user terms. For example, Facebook requires that all pages be tied to a real personal account for an individual. That is a new change. When I first came up in public communicating, the guidance really and the best practice was to create a separate professional persona from your personal persona. So what a lot of us did was we would have these, our personal real life accounts that were with our family and our friends, and then we would set up our professional accounts. They have a headshot, you'd use your city email, and everything was typed to there. Because of all the recent, the Russian hacking scandal that Facebook went through, especially in 2016, the rules have changed and they require that it be linked to your personal page. So when I set up our accounts, they are all linked to my page, because that is what they're forcing us to do. They also allow roles to be assigned to users through a business management account. And business management accounts are really important for public agencies because tied to that assigning of users and their roles, it's a greater sense of security. So say you have an employee who separates from the city, and they were responsible for maintaining content on the city page. Rather than the city having to track that individual down, making sure you have their log information before they leave or do something, possibly not in the best character, this allows you to just remove their role from that page. And so it's a much cleaner way of managing. And so I have set up all of our pages through that mechanism when I came on board in April. The other social media platform that has a lot of rules is Nextdoor, and specifically for public agencies. They set forth specific guidelines that public agencies must adhere to have a presence on their platform. And so, and this is, they require you to have a public agency account. You can't operate as a public agency on Nextdoor using a personal email. And that's specifically for their purpose. They are very much dedicated to building trust within the public. They want neighbors to be able to communicate to other neighbors, amongst themselves, with the expectation of privacy and that government isn't really observing. And so they're setting forth rules that we must adhere to in that area. And so they do, Nextdoor is different than Facebook, and the key piece that they very much encourage you to have your personal profile where, as an individual, as myself, as a staff member, I have my neighborhood group that I'm connected with, but then I also have created an account for my work self. And so that's through the city email. I identify myself by my full name as well as my position. And that's what they ask for Nextdoor. And so they also stipulate that if you receive questions related to if they say your business operation or agency operation, that you're referring them to that agency specifically to answer those questions rather than handling it yourself from your personal account. They also have a strict policy against no political advertisements, campaign or position statements. So they very much want to keep the politics out of operations. And I think they've taken a lesson from platforms like Facebook, where this became the big issue for them. Nextdoor also puts forth a specific disclaimer about viewing conversations between residents. This has come up a lot in my tenure as a government communicator. In some aspects, the public doesn't know that the agency cannot see that, I call it chatter, but the posting and communicating that occurs between neighbors. And so we have to explain to them that that is how Nextdoor sets themselves up, that is intentional. And they do so again to go back to that building of trust between their users. And they have this statement on their website. Nextdoor, for all their rules and regulations, they are very good about communicating what they are and how to remain compliant with them. So I know it's a long piece, but I pretty much summarized it. And so this gets into legal considerations. So in preparing to give you this presentation, I did some research. I was hoping to find case law that would really spell out how public agencies could conduct themselves, that we would see decisions in the court that would guide us. And there's really not a whole lot out there. I reached out to an attorney who specializes in social media law. He is a professor at TCU, and he has given a few webinars to 3CMA, it's the City County Public Communicators Group for us. It's our professional agent or organization. And I reached out to him, and he confirmed there's no case law. A lot of these things get dismissed before they get to court. Somebody is fired in terms of staff, or you pay a fine, or you make your way through it before it gets to litigation per se. But what's come out of that, there are some tenets that we must comply to and dictate how we function with social media. One is the requirement that we archive our content. Social media is part of the Sunshine Law, and it's our responsibility as a public agency to be able to provide that archive if requested. And so the city does this by having a contract with a vendor called Archive Social. There's other groups out there, but that's who we use. They're very thorough. They have great customer support. The state of Missouri, the Secretary of State's office has put forth guidance that says, government agencies are responsible for having that content upon request by way of a sunshine request. And so that's one of our guiding pieces. The other piece is First Amendment rights, so freedom of speech. This is a huge one, and this is why I think government communicators have a love-hate relationship with social media, because people can say whatever they want to say, and since 2014, it seems that people have lost their filters even more so. I'm sure you all have seen that. But freedom of speech for government agencies dictates that we cannot delete a comment just because we don't like it, or it's not true, or not in line with what we're trying to achieve. You even can't really hide any comments either. And so what they do guide you, and what this professor, an attorney that I reached out to, they advise that you can block in terms of profanity and inciting violence, but they strongly adhere that governments do not set up their own filters through these platforms, that you use the filters that the platform provides to you. So that means not putting out your own words that it's filtering, but just selecting, for example, through Facebook's settings I have for our accounts, we're selected for the profanity filter. And it's a pretty strong filter. So we're not being the censor Facebook is. And so that's the guidance on that part. Section 230 is the other element, and this has a long and meandering history through our since the 90s. But basically, it's part of the Communications Decency Act. And the part that's relevant to us, especially now, and as a government agency, is it gets into that censorship. So if you think back to the beginning of this year, when we had the Capitol riots and the whole thing between President Trump or former President Trump and Twitter, it gets into, does Twitter have the right to censor or take down an account based on the content, based on how they interpret that content? And as that applies to government agencies, the direction has been, no, you can't. It gets back into that. You can use profanity filters, but and as Gregory mentioned, you don't want to get into the political aspect. You don't want to because that gets into interpretation and it can be a slippery slope. So for us, it's very frustrating. Sometimes see miscommunication, the best way is to address it and put out the correct information as a response. But as for my position, I am balancing that against, I don't want to get into a war or back and forth with somebody on social media that's not really professional and doesn't play out well. So that's just from my perspective, just to share that with you and how I conduct our pages. The other piece, as I referenced, it's not really legal, it's more ethical. And it gets into being compliant with the terms of use and also adhering to your government's, what values we hold strong and dear. There's a lot of discussion by way of housing presentation about trust. And so that's where Nextdoor is coming from. And that's why they're asking and requiring public agencies to keep within their role as a public agency and not see that day-to-day chatter unless we make a post and somebody comments or direct messages us related to that. And before I open it up for questions, I also wanted to kind of outline our other digital media and our prints that we're doing to communicate with the public. So we have our website, obviously, where we send out news announcements. We have our calendar through that mechanism. We have an emergency notification system in the works that was budgeted in this fiscal year. We do not have a contract with them exactly, but we have had demos. And so that works by sending out a text notification, or you can also do a phone call to communicate things in certain situations that we would deem an emergency. Something I want to stress about this is before we launch Code Red, which is the company that seems to have the best product and that we've had demos through, we need to have an operating policy and manual. Under what circumstances are we using that to communicate with the public? The last thing we want to do is be using it too much and people start to ignore or discount these notifications when they come through. So that's something that we're working on in the coming months. The other piece is e-blast, and that's through Constant Contact. We send out the weekly community report through that, as well as our website, and that can be used more. I hope to expand upon that usage in the future. The other piece, as you know, is our newsletter, which is mailed to every household quarterly, and also available digitally. So that's a summary of everything. I know I've given you a lot of information. Does anyone have any questions? Councilman, oh, sorry. I never know. Mayor, okay.
Okay, well, thank you, whoever. Anyway, the quick question that I have is that Nextdoor limits the number of groups that you can attach to. How does in fact the city, as a public agency, connect with all of the groups in that Nextdoor in U City? Meaning, does Nextdoor allow you to connect with all of them as a public agency?
I've not explored connecting with the groups too much through Nextdoor. So when I push out information, and Captain Lemons, if you're using it differently than myself, please chime in. But we said what I use Nextdoor for are messages that appeal to the broader base of the community. And so they're geo-fenced. And so I send it to the entire area. Whereas Captain Lemons, if there's a specific piece of information that applies to a particular neighborhood or section, geographic section of the city, he may geotag it for that specific area. So in my use, I'm not engaging with residents by way of the group. This is pushing out large pieces of information that apply to the base, to everyone.
And that's done differently. You understand what I'm saying, so.
Yes, and I can look into that further if that's the direction of the city council. I've not explored the use of groups, and frankly, if from my research with Nextdoor and how I interact with it as an agency and then as my personal self, there's different access and tools that are available to a public agency versus an individual.
Councilmember Spells, we are connected to all different groups that neighborhood on that.
I'm sorry, when you speak, you have to come to the mic.
Good morning, Councilmember Smithson. We are connected to all of the different groups on Nextdoor. But as Gabby said, there's times where you can geofence it and speak directly to a certain neighborhood. Nextdoor is set up in neighborhoods. So the way that we currently have it set up is that all the neighborhoods, but then you can be specific to certain neighborhoods if it's something just relative to them. So, but yes, we are connected to all of the neighborhoods.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I'll kind of categorize my comments thusly: not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. I'll explain that by way of a couple of anecdotes. Well, I don't know for sure. I would bet a great deal of money that all of my colleagues at one point in time in dealing with a constituent have called them and said, you know what, I don't have the answer, but I'm working on it. So you didn't provide a solution, but you at least let them know, hey, I'm working on it. And the city's trying to move on this. That kind of communication is not perfect, but it's good, and it lets the constituent know that we're being responsive. I think as it relates to social media and these conversations with city managers and other in city government, I know there's a great adherence to getting out, and I laud this, accurate, point by point, correct information. But I think there is value in just saying, hey, we know about this and we're working on it. The example I'll use is, unfortunately, does not seem to be an issue right now, not on whatever this is. There was a spate of shootings or shots fired in the 3rd Ward. And there was a lot of communication on Nextdoor about this. So you hear shots fired, I heard this. I think, and we eventually got to the point of just saying, I think Captain Williams led a lot of this, we're aware of the situation and we're working on it. It was amazing to see how that tamped down the conversation, because the citizens knew we were on it. We didn't know where they came from, or who did it, or what was involved, but they just knew, hey, we're aware and we're working on it. And so, more of a comment than a question, if we can keep that mentality going in our communication, that it doesn't have to be, and I know we have a higher standard than some man or woman on their couch firing off things at will. We have a higher standard, but I think we need to be mindful of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, and just alerting people we know about it and we're on it can be sufficient. Now, eventually we have to have a solution, and we can't just rely on that. But I hope that will continue.
Yeah, I was just wondering, with it kind of dovetailing on what Mr. Clay just said, we all have dealt with somebody that calls us or emails us and says, I didn't know about that. And so part of, I think, our communication is just our reach. Do we have tracking tools to know, how many people are signed up for the email blast? How many people open our email blast? How many, do we have goals set for next month? We'd like to get our email blast into this many more people signing up, and what's our plan to get more people signing up? Or in the other areas that we have, where we have that type of thing, so we can, some folks that I talk to, they'll tell me they signed up for everything, but they still don't know anything. And I'm kind of like, well, how does that happen? But I want to, if we're pushing this stuff out, I mean, I can set up a website, but if nobody goes to it, so it doesn't really mean much to me. So I'd like to see if we can find how we're doing that and how we can evaluate our job of getting this out there. Because I'd like to, almost if we could figure out how many households actually see what we want to tell them. Because if we have a message and it's a good message and we do have that, need to get it as many people as possible.
Right, no, and I agree, and that's one of my objectives. I've gotten a little distracted by a lot of other projects that have come up, but we do, currently the city does not have a policy for social media, for how we manage our accounts and who has access. And I mean, it's done by way of myself communicating with Captain Lemons, and we have a good relationship and we're on the same page, but we really do need to have a policy that dictates that. And part of that would be putting in place processes for taking advantage of the analytical tools that each platform offers. So like you're saying, to see how many followers we have on a particular page. And that way we can benchmark what we've had at the same time, next year. So we can realize or from month to month, realize growth. And the other piece is the website. So Constant Contact is very intuitive and user-friendly. And so it's clear to see how many of your emails that you sent out have been opened, what the click rate is. And our open rate is actually pretty good. It's about 40%, if I recall correctly, for the weekly community reports. But again, when you think about what our tools are, people who are signing up for Constant Contact are those people that are especially engaged. They put forth the effort to say, hey, I want to be on that distribution list. For our website, the website frankly is a challenge for myself, and I think a lot of staff to use. It's pretty old in the sense, I think it went under a facelift from what I can tell in 2018 or 2019, but the back end functionality of it didn't change a whole lot. And our biggest challenge is our page organization and structure. What pages are out there? It's very hard to get a handle on it. So when you all send me an email or Mr. Rose an email saying this page is hanging out there, needs to come down, I very much appreciate that, because it's hard to know what's all out there. And I think that can be achieved by way of a new website, in the hopefully near future. That would have an easier way of tracking when our news items are opened. You mentioned people have signed up for everything and they're still not getting it. Frankly, and I feel bad saying this, but on the back end, the content management system for the website, it's hard for me to know what each of those groups, there's over 12 distribution groups for sending out emails and posting the news item on each grouping of pages by way of department. And I don't know all what they mean, and I've been having trouble finding, what emails are in which distribution group. And so that's something I do need to focus more on, and I hope to in the near future. But it is a challenge. It's I wish they were all like Constant Contact, because that one I can clearly tell you, this is what we're seeing each month.
And one more thing, in your search for Facebook pages, you might want to look for our boards and commissions, because I think Arts and Letters had a Facebook page.
This came up my second week on the job. I was like, what is this? Why does it? Because from my experience, it's odd to have a commission have their own Facebook page. Usually they're from the agency themselves. And what I found out was there's a nonprofit group for this commission that works as a fundraising arm. And so that page is reflecting of that role. And that could get a little messy to clean up, so I haven't approached that yet. I mean, so yes, I'm glad you brought that up. I did know of that page.
Okay, good. I don't know if there's other, somebody could just set one up and
And so our pages do have disclaimers you go through a verification process for your pages. I just did this for the police department's Twitter account, so I don't think I had a chance to email you that, but we got verified. So, that means you have a check mark and you're the official source of information for that organization.
Thank you. First, I really appreciate this effort to kind of rein all of these Facebook pages in. I think there's kind of been a lack of consistency in the frequency of posts and content and that kind of thing. So I have a couple of sort of macro comments, a couple of micro type comments. One of the things that I'd like to see is hopefully more sharing of statistics and positive stories, trying to be as proactive as we can, putting out the things that happen in the community that are great. You know, park gets redone, streets get redone. I know Public Works has put out when fairly recently when Forsyth was redone, there were videos that were put out, and there was information ahead of street repaving projects being put out. Those kinds of things I think are really helpful, both because they inform residents of what's about to happen, but also it shows the community that we actually are doing a lot of street work and sidewalk work. One of the challenges, and it may have been alluded to, is that we're starting to see residents using Nextdoor as a way of trying to some kind of report problems to the city. And I think there needs to be some communication as the police put out regularly. And I said the other night, if you see something, say something. And putting out to the community that I think there really needs to be almost like a central type phone number that is really pushed out to residents that if there's a problem where the tree went down on a city tree, or there's a property maintenance issue, kind of where to call, where to email, and also tied to that, as we've talked about this in the past, the possibility of coming up with the 311 type app, which I believe the new software planning development is capable of doing. A couple of small things that I think would be helpful. I think it's really important when Steve said people call and say, well, I didn't know about that. I think a consistent reminder of putting something out for people to sign up for the weekly newsletter, putting reminders out to sign up to receive council packets or plan commission, that kind of thing, so that we really are trying to make sure that people have access to the information. It's out there. You have to go into the website and get to it. And a lot of people use that. I think that's probably one of the most used features on the website is the document center. And the other thing I think would be helpful to push out, because we've had such a challenge, especially through COVID, is advertising our board and commission applications to help people who are interested understand that there are opportunities to get involved on our boards and commissions. And lastly, sure I didn't miss anything. Lastly, it's just sort of personal. I don't know, does the city use their apps that allow someone like you dealing with communication to push out to multiple platforms through one app? One I know and I've used is Buffer, where you can put something out to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all in one post, and then schedule posts.
Yes, so I have used those in the past. Hootsuite is another really popular one. I stopped using those a few years ago because our reach wasn't the same. And this was obviously with a different agency. But the algorithms that particularly Facebook uses are very frustrating to public communicators because they favor paid advertisements. So that's what shows up in your feed rather than organic content that agencies are putting out there. And so what I learned when I went to one of our 3CMA conferences a few years ago was that the algorithm that Facebook uses kind of pushes those scheduled posts down further in the priority of what shows up on people's news feeds. And so that's why I kind of strayed from it because our reach was already plummeting by way of the preference for paid ads. And then when I learned that scheduling through a third-party vendor makes it even worse. And then at that point, a lot of these platforms started offering their own advanced scheduling features. And so I do use those, but of course, I'm going into each platform and doing that separately. our Facebook and our Instagram page are linked, now, and that is to make archiving easier. To archive social.
And one other one that wasn't mentioned was the city has a LinkedIn page too.
I feel like that was, I need to try to claim that one, because I think that was, when I looked at it, it seemed like it may have been just created because enough people had said they had worked here. So certain platforms, Facebook does this, if enough people check into a site, and a page will automatically be created. And so I'm thinking that's what happened with LinkedIn, but I can look into that and claim it at least as a city, an official city.
Just the last I checked, I think it had an outdated logo.
It probably did. I'll look into that and I can provide an update on these things.
Thank you.
First, is my mic is on. I'm gonna wade into this, and I'm the least technological person sitting at this table, so I may need some assistance from any and all of my colleagues. But when I interact with probably my colleagues more, and at times with the staff, it seems like the platform that is most challenging and is the most robust with community discussion and issues seems to be Nextdoor. Seems to be that is the one that continues to almost reverberate back and forth. And so I do think that if that is the landscape that we're operating under, I think probably got to come to some conclusion about, do we have a more proactive presence on it, or we're going to be reactive? And I say that only in that I think part of I think it would help move us along if we would carry forth part of the message prior to responding to what someone else is now saying. I mean, this past week, I realized that we had kind of a surprise that came out of nowhere, which I don't think any of us would have anticipated. But I do believe, even particularly at Hollywood 170, I'm throwing this out, I don't know how Nextdoor necessarily works. But I personally believe that some of the drone footage of what is going on at Hollywood 170 would make great footage for everybody to actually see and pay attention to. And that's just one example, whether it be at Del Mar 170. There's so many things that are going on now that kind of good to let some of these folks know this. And then in replying, we probably do need to continue to have this conversation about, I know that some of my colleagues are far more active on Nextdoor than I am, since I'm not. And if we're going to continue having members of council do it, I think a pretty good job of responding, then that may be the way to do it. But we also need to kind of have this conversation about, is there a better way for us to be engaged in those conversations, particularly on Nextdoor, because again, it seems to be the one that generates the most volume of people for all of us.
Sure, just one other comment. I think that the mayor mentioned, what you mentioned, Mayor, and that is on our Facebook page or on our website, I should say website, because of the footage, because of the drones that we have, is there a way to actually add like a motion picture page where you're showing the development, the construction and all that stuff that's going on at Hollywood 170. I mean, it actually gives you like a movie kind of feel and going through the city, like a picture of City Hall, going down Del Mar through the loop. And then also going to Hollywood 170 and showing the progress that's being made at Hollywood 170. You could even show or go over to Del Mar and 170. But again, on our page, and I think Washington does this, if you go to their page, it's almost like a movie, if you understand what I'm saying, that they're going and taking you to the campus, they take you and they watch students, just different things. If there's some way of doing that, because I think as Mayor said, it's always good to let people know and see what's happening in this city. And that's a way of doing it automatically without just adding it there.
So are you referring to on the homepage of the website?
Yes.
played around with it a little bit, and I believe it is possible with our current tools. So I can reach out to, the fire district probably has the most footage, I would assume, from the drones. And so I can reach out to them and play around with that feature.
Mine's more policy, or I mean, mine is more. Okay, I think when people come to the website, that's taking their force to do an action where now people are getting spoiled and where they get on the next door and the action comes to them. And I'm just trying to discern, really, as much from my colleagues, how much more active are you wanting the city to be on next door? We may not want to be more active, but I think we need to get to the point, otherwise, I think Gregory, Gabby, and everybody else are kind of stuck in the middle. That we get frustrated because we're not replying, we're not doing that. And individuals are doing it, which I think again do a great job, but I think it's important for us to make sure that we're all on the same page, because let's not miss it. A number of my colleagues can easily get to Gregory very quickly and say, this has happened on next door, and we need to address it. This just happened, we need to address it. You know, where are the roles and responsibilities as far as that communication? I'll yield back to Lena.
Oh, I was just gonna comment in terms of Nextdoor and UC on the record, the social media sites. It seems like, you know, I think the positive information is good and people, you know, hopefully take that in, but it seems like we get the most response when someone brings up something in a controversial way. And then you have a lot of people coming in and making comments and I mean, I think it's, you know, there are times obviously when we need to just, you know, not participate in that controversy, but just say, no, this is, you know, this is the way it is. And sometimes that's where the community discussions happen. They don't happen on, you know, just a purely informational post or a positive post. So, you know, I think that is just something to be mindful of and keep working on.
I was just gonna comment, I think, as you had mentioned earlier, there was a story that was posted this week on Nextdoor that gained some community interest and comments. So, other than the actual interview that was conducted, from my perspective, that was posted, we did not take any action once it was posted on Nextdoor. And some of the concern with taking action is, you know, legitimately, some people are asking for more information, but others are looking to score political points. And so I don't know that our role is to engage in that dialogue. Our interest is in saying, here's what we believe is accurate information. Do with it what you will. So I'm trying to get a better understanding from the mayor and council is, when should we actually post on Nextdoor? When is it appropriate for government? Because understand, we are not just the public and an individual. People will see us as what is government doing. And I think, you know, it's not just us struggling with this issue. There are many layers of government that have this very conversation, especially based upon, you know, what happened on January 6th. But it truly does trying to drill down to what is the role of government as it relates to the use of these social media platforms.
I can see Major Rose as the mayor to both your points. This is going to be far more work than science. This is not fixing compensation. There's going to be some feel associated with it. But I think you raised a fair question about, okay, when do you want me to do this? It's a fair question. And I think there's a couple of ways to approach that. Looking back at what happened this past week, it's my understanding that I don't think we can, as a public agency, like respond within a thread. I don't know if we have the capability to do it. I would recommend that we do so.
Yeah, that would not be a good best practice. But the other piece is we're limited in what we can see from our agency accounts.
Right. So, but there's an understanding that there is an issue, maybe issue. We can respond, essentially starting a new thread. And I think to the city manager's point, it's about putting out the information. And that's it. Personally, I've done that, and I've stated in my post, I'm not going to comment further. Like this is my position, and that's kind of it. Now, to the point, like, is this issue versus that issue? When do I do it? Is there a critical mass of comments in which we should respond? That's the art. I mean, that's the art of this. We can't put in a policy when there are 17 comments that you can respond. I mean, that's not going to work. And so I think the guidance is going to be imperfect at best, but I think generally when there are just factual errors in what is being said, I think the city has an obligation to address those factual errors. I think in terms, and this is more reactive, I think certainly to my colleagues, being proactive, putting out positive things and saying what's happening, I think is going to be very important. In terms of being reactive, I think there are categories of things. Shots fired. We know that people are going to respond to that. So I think we just know shots fired. We need to be proactive in putting something out. Again, even if the information is not complete. I think dramatic things like that deserve an immediate response. But again, there's going to be quite a bit of art as it relates to this.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Clay, I think for public safety, in emergency situations, those are things that seem appropriate, where we would use an array of tools to get our message out as far as what's going on. I think that we have improved in that area. So that's where I would tend to focus first, is shots fired, flooding, fire, and so forth, because those instances is just black and white. There's worse shots fired. What are we doing? For example, there is flooding that has occurred or is about to occur, using those things as tools for getting our message out. It's the other areas where it becomes a bit more murky that I'm hesitant to post in those instances. But I do believe that there's strong consensus on, at least for public safety and emergency situations, that you are okay with us making those posts to those social media platforms.
I'm okay. I think with that, I think that I agree with what Leah said earlier. What happened this week with the news story was particularly challenging, and that's not something we can kind of anticipate, where something I think was presented that was very out of context of the whole. I would say, just as an anecdote, I would probably want to record those interviews with in the future myself, if I were ever faced with that reporter. I think that it gets back to being proactive. I would love to see, I know that the staff that are here, you have meetings on Tuesday morning. I would love to see the kinds of stories coming out of all of the departments, what has happened within the department, this week or last week or two, something that comes up that is a story worth sharing. As I mentioned earlier, the streets, one of the things, and there are some topics on next door that we all know come up. Streets in the third ward, somehow the third ward, they don't get their fair share of streets. Like when you look at our CIP schedule for the streets, that's just not supported by the facts. And I think being able to post like, okay, here are the list of streets for FY 2021, and here's the list of streets for FY 2022. And letting people see that these are the things that are happening, and then sharing those when those streets are coming up. We approved what was it, $80,000 for the additional tree work. 50% of that was in the third ward. Sharing that information that we're doing positive things that is really positive. Most recently, like Stacy and I talked with Wayne as well. We had a third ward resident that had a problem with a house where it's a Habitat house, and they had flooding issues in the basement. And after going over there visiting, it became pretty clear that one of the problems was the solution provided to the resident was not done properly. And so I really appreciate it, Stacy and Wayne do too, the efforts of Sinan and Cliff in working with Habitat. That was a great story. Last I talked to the resident, everything was dry for those torrential rains most recently. So I think we can anticipate some of the things that are talked about, and some of the things that, yes, like there are people wanting to score political points, but I also think sharing that information is a good idea. And I think on Nextdoor as an agency, you're able to share information without providing for public comment, which, as we see very often, this leads to a food fight. The important thing is the information. I think it depends maybe on what it is. Most of the time, I think with public comment, it's pretty mundane. It's mostly thank yous and likes and that kind of thing. So those are just my additional thoughts.
Just in terms of City Manager Rose's question about what should we respond to, I think sometimes it's not a matter of misinformation. Sometimes it's a matter of how things are framed. And I think that this story this week, had a very narrow frame put on something that we've all put a lot of discussion into, a lot of work, a lot of time and energy into. And so my question is, I really think that frame shed our city in a negative light, and people that are having these discussions with us can get accurate information, can get our perspective, which is good. But I think there are a lot of people that probably aren't getting the full picture. And, so in my opinion, I think that we should put some kind of response in a very positive way, not in a, tearing down the report, but just in the sense of, well, this is our response to, or this is what we think is the whole picture. Just in terms of informing people that are seeing that narrow window and getting the wrong idea about what we're doing.
Any further comments on this particular topic?
Honorable Mayor and the council members, the next step that we'll take is to prepare a policy for you to consider, as well as once that policy is considered and hopefully adopted, depending upon whether our role is expanding, we'll also put together information on what we believe will be needed to execute that policy. That makes sense? Mayor, if we could take I believe we have lunch here now, as I understand it. So we could take 30 minutes for lunch and then start back. Does that work for everyone? And if you're not finished, I think the next items, not really a presentation, more of a discussion. So I think that we could have those discussions while people are still eating.
All your meetings, Mike, still live.
Let me tell you.
I hope that's good.
Honorable Mayor and council members, some time ago, you received a report from the task force that you created on streets and parks renaming. The report has been provided to you and it listed several street names that the task force believed were offensive in some way, and they categorized it based upon priorities. So today I've asked Sinan to just briefly share with you what process you would need to go through for the renaming of streets. And then I would like to receive from you how you would like to move forward in this process. I will certainly give a recommendation regarding what I think is the steps forward, but ultimately that's what I'm trying to get. Sinan?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Rose, Mayor Crowe, council members. On this item, you have a recommendation from our task force about the street names. My review here includes my research on the process that can be followed to enact any approved requests from you. There was an earlier process in this city that was due to Sergeant Mike King's losing his life, and then a street named after him, and that's the process that we still have on our books. The current process is more about these types of requests coming. Well, it's still being, I think, initiated by our council or coming to us from interested residents, and so. The process that I actually could, on this process, I consulted with the St. Louis County Land Information Services. And what I learned from them is that they do this on their arterial roadway system in the county, whether this is in the municipality areas or unincorporated areas, or all streets in the unincorporated areas of the county. Their process is I'm going over their process as an example, as a model that is out there. They have a petition process where the signatories for any specific section of a street are brought forward to the county council. County council directly, because the county, to my understanding, doesn't have a commission such as our traffic commission that could be assigned a role in this process. And then the process indicates a majority for the acceptance or the approval of the petition, but it doesn't say whether it's a simple majority of these the affected households, and those are the abutting properties or the affected properties by the change. In verification by staff of these properties are correct, and they are signed. Anybody that hasn't signed is considered not accepting of the proposal. And the issue goes also to the extent of whether this is a financial burden for the agency. The county has a process of certain filing fees and signage fees for the enactment, if approved of this change. So these are, City Manager Mr. Rose discussed this item with me before, and I think we considered a hard cost and a soft cost type of consideration for these changes. So the hard costs are really, I mean, there is a cost, but it's not too much more than making signs, which we have the ability in our sign shop to implement in installation of those signs, replacement of those signs with the signs that exist on the street sections. The one thing that the county wants for us to do is to check with them to make sure that we're not duplicating any street names within the county, and that this would not be a 911 or emergency response type of issue. These are more the tangible, I think, hard cost impacts. There is a soft cost impact that is, I don't know if maybe it is to us the soft cost, but it is the cost to our residents about the change. That is, I unfortunately personally went through something recently with somebody stole my phone, and so all the changes that we have to now do in our lives for either a telephone number change or address change are pretty incredible. I realized that during my personal experience. So I think that is more the consideration here for our residents that live on that street block. And so one maybe a model for us locally here that we got is that we have a petition process that our traffic commission considers for parking restrictions, residential parking permit enactment on roadway sections. And that requires 75% approval. So that is one example maybe that we can follow. When I spoke with the county Land Information Services official told me that his preference would be actually 100% compliance, 100% acceptance of a proposal such as street name change. That would mean everybody abutting properties, all abutting properties on Blackout Street to be to give their approval for it, and if not, that it's not approved. In terms of details, I would recommend to Mr. Rose to follow the county's guidelines. Filing fees, county charges $75. We can make it $50 in our community. We have less overhead type of costs if it is approvable. For the signs, the county charges for the first sign $110 and $50 for every other sign, every sign after the first sign that is needed. And so what we can implement is a similar version of that, but maybe $75 and $25. And those would cover our costs. Would be those are the implementation details. But in terms of, I think, open to Mr. Rose's discussion with yourselves, is what is an accepted level of petition approval, which is the recommendation from the county was 100%. This is the updates that I have in the matter. Open to your questions.
Honorable Mayor, council members, if you have questions about the process, I think that Mr. Appleson can respond to. If you don't, what I would like to do is shift your attention to having had some discussions with you about the streets that could potentially be identified for renaming. I think the one that has come to mind is Jackson. And Jackson is a bit unique in the sense that it traverses not just University City, but also Clayton. So Clayton would be impacted if that is a street that you have an interest in learning more about. The next step in the process that I would recommend, if you agree that Jackson is one that you want to take a closer look at, then the potential of development or survey to get the input from the residents and or businesses that are on Jackson to hear from them what their thoughts are on the potential renaming of that street. And so that would be my recommendation to you. No matter what street you select or streets you select, I think that engaging the individuals, the businesses that would be impacted would be a critical part of advancing this initiative. So I would take any direction and respond to any questions.
Kim?
My question would be probably to Sanana, and maybe you can't answer this, but would any street naming changes, what role would the post office have in something like that? Is it something that just automatically the county would notify the proper postal authorities, or is that a consideration at all?
So after the process, the county assessor's office identifies the addressing, and my understanding is they communicate that with the post office and completes that process. But they refer any residents, any property owners that want this type of a change to the municipality for the incorporated areas. And after it is enacted, they want the information back to their assessor's office. At that point, they complete the addressing in all those changes, and they communicate with the post office. So this would go back to something like your residences, your property's title. So there's a locator number, there's an identification, so that won't change. But I think there will be some changes needed even on the deed documents and such. So those types of actions will need to be initiated by the property owners themselves, unless the lender does it or somebody that can. So post office won't take that type of action for individual properties.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. Can you clarify what is it that would be the responsibility of the property owner? What would they have to do?
Such as a title for a property, and so the deed documents. I notice on mine, my property address is listed, and so that address won't be the address anymore. However, I have other identifiers here that still identify my property, such as the county locator identification number. That will still remain the same.
For the document to be completely accurate, the address will need to be updated on that document. So something like that, in my opinion, the property owner that has given their approval to this type of a change, either via a survey or a petition document, will then need to know to take that type of action to make sure that those documents are correct.
And then to take that a step further, so would the property owners have to notify everyone that they do any kind of business with, such as utility companies, credit cards, just anyone that they would have any kind of business with, they would have to notify them about that address change?
Correct.
So there would be a lot of responsibility for the residents.
Yes.
Resident or business?
Or businesses, even more in depth.
So whose responsibility is it to inform the homeowners of all the steps that are happening? If, you know, because I'm assuming we want them to know this, these steps before. That's.
We can advise the residents, research that, and contact the county. County seems to be going through this more often, at least they have a process for it, and identify at least the more easily identifiable items that may be more important to address, and that also letting them know that there may be others to cover.
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Klein, in the letter, cover letter, if you agree that we should do the survey, the cover letter that we would create, we would outline what process that the homeowner or business would need to go through if the street name were to be changed, so that when they are completing the survey, they know that up front.
Thank you. I think these are all fine things to discuss. I'm kind of interested, are you wanting to uncouple the issue of process or renaming versus the task force recommendation? Because I just want to say, I think establishing a process where there is none, you know, years ago, the traffic commission just came forward because it had no other avenue to really come forward. And it was a huge challenge. And my concern is if we don't have an established policy and procedure for a petition or something along that line, we are going to have what came to the traffic commission years ago, which was somebody's going to want to name their street for a wonderful, you know, resident who lived in the neighborhood, and this could snowball. I don't think Tim now being on the traffic commission, I don't think you probably want to go through what we went through a few years ago.
We could do both. This came about, as you know, as a result of the task force that you created to look into this. So I believe what Mr. Appleson has laid out for you is just the process that was in place. Nothing official has been adopted. So we could, as a part of this, actually create a formal process that would be approved by the mayor and council. But initially, it was really just to identify the streets that they believe were offensive, and then to engage the businesses and residents on that street if you decide to give serious consideration to changing a particular street or streets. And that's just simply to be able to move this process forward.
Okay, thank you. And then in the context of Jackson, is there, do you know if there's been any discussion with the school district about Jackson Park?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Hales, we have not started, we have not gone beyond the task force's presentation to you. We wanted to have from the mayor on certainly what's going to be important, but clearly is also, I think I lost, but I'm back. A controversial issue.
Right. question I have is that, as a council, do we have the option to just simply rededicate the names?
I defer that to our legal. Mr. Mullin?
Yes, if it's a city street, the council may change the name. That has been done, that is, you know, I believe Reverend Middleton Street was a recent example of that. My understanding is that street had no addresses. So that simplifies the process quite a bit. My understanding, we have Mr. Alvis can advise us on this, but I think maybe 2 or 3 other streets like that in the city that would fall into that category where you really don't have any, would be eligible for that without having to worry about going to residents.
But that wasn't necessarily my question. My question was, I want to maintain the same name. I just want to know if, as a council, do we have the option to just rededicate the street to somebody named Jackson?
Michael Jackson.
Right, I mean, just say, do we have that option?
Sure, if it's a city street, the answer is yes, you control the name of that street.
Can I step in here with this,
No, I was good. That's the short answer, but it's more complicated in terms of doing it. You know, with the number of addresses you would have, probably postal service issues, and perhaps others as well.
I think the issue here is, a couple of questions I would ask is, just on a narrow question. When you say that someone can petition to change the name of the street, I think the first question I'd ask is, does the petitioner have to live on that street? The reason I ask that, you know, we're going to be at a point in time here where there's going to be a difference of opinion between people who served on the street renaming task force and the people who live on Jackson. We all have to accept that and realize, I think the process as laid out right now would tell you, unless I'm way off base, that the process as laid out right now, there's probably not a snowball's chance of Jackson getting renamed if you're asking all the residents if they want to rename it. Because I've had enough conversations with enough people who live on Jackson that is not something they look forward to. Yet, in a broader community, we have a community that says they think that the name Jackson is offensive and would like to, it's harmful, it should be changed. So I think we've got to be a little bit robust here, not necessarily even with the survey, almost more with the conversation with some of the folks who live on Jackson, and then maybe with some of the folks from the street renaming. Because really, it's easy for everybody on the street renaming to say we need to rename Jackson because no one lives on Jackson. And then folks on Jackson are saying we're going to live with it because we really don't want the hassle of having it renamed. So we've got a slight bit of a quandary. I also will tell you that I think that if you had to have a resident do it, then I think it's very likely that the Episcopal Church that is in the corner would be the one that would say maybe we want to rename Jackson. So we've got a lot of things that kind of spiral away from this. Two totally ancillary. Clayton's made outreach to me regularly. They're just waiting on us. They have nothing that faces Jackson that worries them the slightest. They know it should probably be renamed in their mind as well, but it's only like a block in Clayton. Jackson Park School, not Jackson Park, because it's Jackson Park School. The school district system, they're happy to wait for us as well. I'm happy for us to do a survey. I actually believe that we may be better to send some communications out and actually allow the residents to come have a conversation with us. I think that particularly for the 2 members from the second ward, where that's really where almost all of Jackson. I think the first ward has, I was talking, maybe 5 houses, maybe a couple more that would be impacted. So it's really the second ward. I would tend to think that this is something that you two, and I'm happy, it needs to be a participatory conversation with folks. I don't know that I want a survey. I think it needs to be an outreach neighbor to neighbor. But I don't think we're ever going to get 50% of
we're going to say that they want to rename that street. So the challenge, I'm just coming back to this, it's kind of long-winded, but you really do have two competing forces here. You're going to have the residents on Jackson who probably don't want to have it renamed, and yet you've got a street renaming commission that pointed out the street, but also I think has a passion that feels that particularly that street needs to be renamed. And we had the conversation, by the way, on street renaming about naming it after another Jackson, and that one kind of got shot down from beginning to end. And there was an interesting dialogue that occurred here. I want to go back and look at the dialogues that all the conversations were a little bit different than I anticipated. But if we're going by the process that is already laid out, it's already dead on arrival. Because there's no way the neighbors, there is no way those residents are going to give the effort to rename the street. And if they were, we would have to help. I mean, if somehow this ever comes about, I gotta tell you, if I lived on that street, I would be coming back to the city and saying, this was your idea. Your street renaming group came up and said, you need to help me out because I do not want to do all this myself. So this is a little, we knew this going in, it's kind of opening up a can of operational work. And it really is. I do want us to be, particularly with Alita and Tim, so cognizant of the neighbors. And I would even recommend this. I do not want to violate COVID rules, but I would simply say, whether it's at the Jackson Park School or whether it's at the Episcopal Church, I would want to have a meeting that says, we just want to talk to you about this. Not even anything more than that. This is the history of where we've come. So I'm gonna go to Tim first on this one.
Thank you for that, Mayor Garland. One of the things that I think we need to put into the mix, that maybe putting the cart before the horse, but maybe some of the incentive to the people in Jackson would be, what would the process be for choosing a new name for Jackson? And if it could be a name that maybe would stand out and the residents would be more open to accepting that may be somewhat of an incentive. But I do think that we need to, when we start this process, do we have included in that process, if the street is changed, who decides what the new name?
The renaming task force gave many options, by the way, for suggested names, so to make sure that I do them justice. Doesn't mean they're the names that are selected, but there were many that were provided to us. Stacy.
This is clarify some of the previous conversations. In terms of role, in a rededication scenario, if you currently live on 1346 Jackson, in a rededication scenario, you would continue to live on 1346 Jackson. So nothing would change, except the name, the attribution of the name. So it could be Janet Jackson, as opposed to being associated with Stonewall Jackson. So nothing legally changes.
That is correct, as long as the street sign would be Jackson.
Nothing changes.
Nothing changes.
Still at 1346 Jackson. Just wanted to make that clear. And certainly, hear what the mayor is saying about the rededication of Jackson. You know, not the choice of the street renaming commission, but said times these commissions are advisory. Ultimate discretion lies with the council. Third board has ultimate discretion lies with the council. So I want to just lift that up, and certainly I'm not one who relish the idea of not necessarily this way attached to this information. Desire, but part of the reason that the council ultimately does have discretion. So I wouldn't sort of take that off the table. I'm not saying this is just a saying, but
Yeah, I think there was, I haven't participated in all this conversation. I think the street renaming task force went from probably a group of 20 streets that they were concerned with to probably the top 10, and then narrowed it down to 4. And then, the 5 of them, we're narrowing it down to 1, and we're not sure that one's even going to leave the game. I think we're probably at least we need to recognize that there's going to be a dialogue that we all need to be having about what is an important conversation.
conversation had. And I think that's where we just do justice to the conversation that needs to be had.
Honorable. I was just saying.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. Is there actually a process that exists right now, if we voted to change the street name, that it would change? Not, does it then, is there any process, if we vote, it would just happen, or would it go to any residents?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember McMahon, I'll ask John to respond to it from a legal perspective. Because I think that will be different than what has occurred in practice.
Right, because so I'm hearing different process. I'm hearing if a resident group came and they wanted to petition to change it, we could, Jeff was making it sound like there wasn't a process when that came before traffic. Then there's also, but that's not what the community with the task force renaming came to us for. They didn't say, we want the residents of these streets to petition the city. They wanted the city to act, which goes to what Mayor Crowe was saying. Then we're initiating it, and is there a process when we initiate it? Because if there's no process when residents petition right now, then we don't know what the number is where someone could say, we've got to get this many people on the street to vote for it. If there's no process by which the council would make that decision, and then it goes to the residents, then we still don't know the number of that vote. So if we go out and survey a group, and then later we come up with a number, somebody's going to tell us, you counted our heads first, and then put a number to make sure it would pass. Or you counted our heads first, and then made a number that would make sure it fails. So don't we need, we're kind of putting the cart before the horse in a way, because if we don't know what we're saying, this is fair. We believe as a policy consideration, this is the threshold before you change 20 household addresses. This is fair. It's fair here. It's fair because of the controversies that exist now. It's fair when someone wants to rename their street to honor somebody. It's fair to the residents who have to go through the process that Mr. Kusick discussed. If we come up with that first, then there's no gamesmanship as we move forward. We've already laid the groundwork to say, and probably it should be a high bar, but that's my concern. That's why, is there anything like that now? Because if we don't we have to do that first so that we ensure fairness when we get to the point of actually moving it. I mean, you can poll the residents now, but are we just passing the buck? That's how I look.
John, would you respond?
Sure. To the question of whether there is a process, the answer is no. There is no legal process for renaming a street. It involves a petition or a certain number of residents who must sign on to it. It's really a matter of council discretion. So if somebody wanted to petition the council and provide X number of signatures, it would be council discretion as to whether or not to ask for a bill.
But I think part of this question was, does the council have the ability to simply change the street name? Regardless of whether there was a petition or not. Okay, and that was my understanding, is that you as a council, there isn't a requirement to have a process. You as a council can make that decision to change a particular city street name to whatever you would like. I think where the process has come to play is if I'm a resident, particularly if I live on the street, then I want to have the name changed. What process should I go through in order to do that? And I don't believe that we have a official process for that. So that's what's somewhat complicating this issue. The reason that I had recommended the survey first, and they're not mutually exclusive. You can do the survey as well as having other in-person meetings or Zoom meetings with the community. But there are a number of residents that may live on the street that all they want to do is, they go home, take their kids to school. They may not want to come out to a community meeting, but their input is just as valuable as those that would come to a community. So that would give you the opportunity to have perhaps a more broader perspective on what the true feelings are relative to changing a street name. But having said that, I think the mayor brings in perhaps the most important point is that this isn't just a issue of the residents or businesses on the street that has been identified. This is a community issue. And I think that's why we're sort of muddling through this, because there's never been a community initiative to change a street that simply impacts certain individuals. So we are in some ways creating a process as we go through it. But I do believe that at least knowing the perspective of the residents or businesses that would be impacted would be good information for them. Even if you decided, we understand that, but we still believe globally it's offensive enough that we're still going to change it. I think at least knowing what those residents or businesses feel is important to.
I would say that actually with Wayne, and I think as I've seen Stacy nodding his head, you know, to me, a rededication to someone else, I prefer it not be a pop singer. Maybe somebody a little more meaningful would be good because, and we all heard what the task force said about their opinions about the rededication. Reality is, I don't know that anyone had any idea why Jackson was named Jackson until somebody discovered it. And I think if there was a rededication, there was another notable person in history that would be worthy of rededicating the street to, I think I'd be okay with that. I've heard from residents on Jackson. We only have about first ward, and there's a whole lot obviously in the second ward. But I think some sort of maybe additional sign commemorating that as to who the street was dedicated to, so that there's no confusion in the future, would be helpful. And maybe one at each end or one kind of at the Clayton border, one maybe at Delmar, and one on the north side in the neighborhoods, just as a sort of footnote for people to read as they walk by. Of course.
As far as a petition process, I would point out that section 35503 of the code deals with residential parking plan. There is a permitting process there, and that requires 75% of the parcels, the affected block, side, and it goes to the traffic commission, and it goes to the council, which has discretion as to whether or not to add that to the residential parking permit.
So, Greg, what action are you proposing as the next step?
What I would recommend as the next step is to actually do the survey and perhaps include in the cover letter some of the options that have been highlighted here to understand what the resident or business's preference would be related to a complete renaming or simply a rededication, and identify the percentages that where those preferences lie. And then bring that information back to you as a council and get further direction on how you want us to proceed at that point. Do you want the community engagement meetings established, or do you want us to take other actions?
I do think it would be important to respect the work of the street and make sure that the information that they provided to council was provided to the residents on Jackson in
particular. I think we need to make sure that we're sharing information, frankly, over communicate more than anything, because again, I think we're going to have more. I don't believe this process is going to get a lot of pushback from the residents on Jackson with the pace that we are currently going. Half of we are traveling, I think they're more likely to be pushback from the broader community that we're not addressing the situation that they bring to us. So I think it's important to make sure that we have communication, that we share all the information from the task force with the people on Jackson, and then back it will be to the task force members. I think again, members of this body are going to start hearing comments probably back from members of the street reading task force as to what's happening and why it's not moving fair. So I think we all need to be prepared for these conversations.
Mayor, the approach that I've outlined certainly is.
No. That or maybe.
The approach that I've outlined here certainly is slower, but it's intended to be deliberate, the action. I think that the nature of what is occurring is so important that I'm recommending to you that, and as you have done, is invested the time into it to make sure that the actions that ultimately you take as a council is what is intended. And that the greatest amount of information that we can provide to you so that you can make an informed decision is what we're trying to achieve. So.
I was just gonna say, could we have a meeting before the survey is taken, so we have, we have this meeting. So that then the commission feels like they've been a part of this discussion, and then we find out what people's reaction are.
One of the issues that impacts community meetings is sort of what's impacting us today is the fact that we're in a pandemic. And not just that we're in a pandemic, but the positivity rate that is happening in St. Louis County. So I do believe that even within that environment, there is a way of getting the community together. That may be a Zoom meeting, though, compared to actually meeting in person. But if that's the direction that you would like us to take, we will proceed in trying to get a Zoom meeting, or if the positivity rate goes down, an in-person meeting scheduled prior to the actual survey.
Yeah, I think the main thing, I'm going to come back to our previous conversation on communication. It kind of be nice for particularly people on Jackson just to know that we're having this conversation today, and that we do want to have a meeting with them, but we're going to try to do that when it's safe to have a meeting. I think part of this really actually falls upon us, part of the administration, to get a communication out to the folks on Jackson sooner rather than later. That we've been talking about this. This is a surprise. By the way, here's a copy of the street renaming work. We're going to develop a survey. We'd like to do the first meeting, but we want to wait until it is safe to do the first meeting. We're happy to host a Zoom meeting. Kind of a one pager with a massive attachment of the street renaming task force, but literally saying, here's the conversation that we have. That's it. You have questions. I don't want to go to YouTube. You guys may want to say, contact your council member or contact the mayor, and we're going to get back to you. Nothing's going to happen without, I think, if I'm living on Jackson, I want to know that nothing's going to happen without you being a part of this process. That's what that's how I'm gonna end the letter. Nothing will happen without you being part of this process.
We can pull that communication together.
So, to play devil's advocate and to, because I'm looking down the road. And I want to, I get what we're doing here, and the task force put together their list of names, and some stronger than others that need, in their opinion, that said need change. And that's the discussion we're having. And I think one of the first questions that you're asking us as a deliberative body does this situation rise to such a level? We need to take action, regardless of the inconvenience to a specific set of our residents. And I think we do that all the time with lots of different organizations. This is a little bit different, but that's the first question. So if we're saying in this deliberative process that we're not going to do anything until you're part of the process. And at the end of the day, we've already made the decision that this street name reached a level where we needed to take action, regardless of what the impact is on certain residents, then they really weren't part of the process. And so then you will hear what we've heard before. You put together a meeting that was window dressing. And that, I think that part of our community is probably asking us to look at that first and say, what do you think about that name? Are you going to step up and take action? In the broader sense. And so we run the risk either way we go, but I think that it's not an easy choice, because you make it, and that's the rhetorical question I guess we all have to ask ourselves. Do these street names, or whichever one you want to pick, does it rise to that level that we deemed a name change more important than inconvenience that is significant? Not to downplay it. It's not my address, but I certainly understand and can appreciate what they would have to go through, as Mr. Alstein told us about his own personal experience. But is that the overarching first step?
Well, I think that's going to be that's clearly a spectrum question with the members of the street naming task force that we all appointed probably have a different viewpoint than probably many others on that. I don't know that it's risen to the level where we feel that we serve the residents who live on the street, but I do believe that there clearly are people in the community who believe that it should be renamed, even with the two folks on the street. So probably at some point in time after the Jackson, I do still think after the Jackson folks have been had the opportunity to speak, it's probably good to engage the rest of the community. But I will also say that I think next door is probably going to take care of that for us, because I have this feeling that next door will go ablaze at some point in time. And that may be just the natural part of this process now. Even once we say we're going to have to meet the folks on Jackson, even maybe after today, or someone who's watching this says, what do you think? It's just going to kind of explode out there. I really don't, and I appreciate Steve's question, but I don't ever want to have what I would consider to be a meeting where we hold the carrot out there that we already made a decision on, and then the folks look at us like, well, you asked us our opinion, and yet you already made up your mind. Why did you do that? I think that's a very disingenuous way to do business. I would tend to think that we need to hear from the folks on Jackson. I just feel we do, and I think I have a pretty good idea of what they're going to say. But I think if any of you watch the street renaming meetings at all, I believe that the conversations that occurred, people who were speaking with their viewpoints, surprised me immensely at where the concerns came from, or where the concern was that we feel. So I'm trying not to prejudge what the outcome is of folks on Jackson.
I think the purpose for the meetings and the survey is to first inform them that your street has been identified as being one of those that is considered offensive and is being considered for renaming. But as a part of that, you have the opportunity to say, it's being considered, and here's why. Here's why we are considering it. Because at this point, until you as a council make a decision, it's all just consideration. You may still today decide, we're not going to change any, we're going to change all. I mean, there's a wide array of options that are available to you. But this first step is really just information.
How soon can this be done? How soon can you take care of that, notify, and get that information to them?
I have a better answer for that question after I have a chance to meet with staff, and identify the workload that they have, and how quickly we can move forward with. As I understand it, the first step that you would like for us to take is to create this Zoom meeting or in-person meeting, depending on the environment at the time. I would still be sending out some sort of information to them, which would include the task force's report. Switch mics. Okay. Well, we're clearly still perfecting our microphone handoff. Unless there is other questions or direction on that, I'll move to the next item, which is code compliance. And this was one that was raised by Councilmember Klein. And so I will pass things to her to kind of express what issue she wanted to discuss.
Okay, one issue that I wanted to bring up was something that a resident brought to me, which was, which concerns code 220.03, and it has to, do with code enforcers, her problem or his, actually, I'm not sure. Her problem was that code enforcers were coming onto the property with private gates, privacy fences, areas that are behind that are not seen or accessible from the street or the site. And that the code is written in such a way that it doesn't really say that that should be done. And I think, I empathize with this resident because, for one thing, you have issues of impersonation, you have, there are safety issues that are at play here. And so this resident would like us to consider changing the language of that.
There are two issues associated with that. One, I would ask John to speak to, which is what are we legally able to do based upon our code? And secondly, if Mr. Cross could respond as to what our practice is. Because normally we don't enter someone's not their resident, but their property unless we have cause. So John, could you talk first about the legal perspective on what we're able to do, and then I have Cliff to talk about what our practice is.
With respect to knowing property?
On someone's property. Our ability to go on to someone's property, and in particular, I think it was in their backyard.
Right, well, generally, if you're gonna enter a structure, we need a search warrant, absent emergency, or what we call exigent circumstances. For a yard, it would depend on whether it's screened off, if it's, you would basically look at, if it's an open area, generally you could enter. But it really depends on the circumstances of each violation being investigated and what area you want to enter into. But so I'm just giving you some general parameters there. The code has provisions dealing with the authority of inspectors, but of course they have to be enforced consistent with the Constitution, and that's when we get into search warrant requirements. And so that is one way that you can gain access. What we did a number of years ago, I guess back in the days when we had a more robust housing court, if you will. We have a code provision that allows the inspector or prosecuting attorney to apply for administrative search warrant. And that would allow you to go into even a residence as well as backyard area. So if it's gray, and it's like, well, maybe we can, maybe we can't. What we did was we get an administrative search warrant. It is a constitutional charter. The city will allow to do that with a Supreme Court case from several decades ago involving Columbia, Missouri, where the Supreme Court approved that. And so the process is you would have an inspector swear out a complaint or a police officer stating the reasons why there may be violations. There could be because the property has been inspected in decades and there are signs, there are code violations there. And then the municipal judge here could sign a warrant allowing city officials to enter the property. And so we did that sometimes with drug houses where the police would go in and they would see conditions that maybe would cause give rise to a further inspection, and then we go the administrative process route, administrative search warrant process route. But there are other times when people simply did not want the inspectors on the property. So no, you can't voluntarily come on and do a code inspection, in which case it's a fine, here are the legitimate legal reasons why we think we ought to be able to present that to the judge. So those are kind of the options. You can make a determination based on the circumstances. Do I have the right to go on without a search warrant? That's kind of something you probably want to get legal advice on. And then in the alternative, you could have an administrative, just do an administrative search warrant out of abundance of caution.
Yeah, and I think this president had a gate, a fence with a gate, and then the backyard that had a grassy area that could not be seen without going to that gate. And the inspector sent pictures of the grassy area. This is a violation of code. Didn't tell the resident that they were going to be coming that day, or didn't ask permission. So this resident's really concerned about that. And I imagine that that's not very common. I imagine that almost never happens. But when the resident looked at the code, there was no way to say that this was a clear violation of the code. So that was, where the resident was saying, can we change the language of the code so that if the inspector does do that, it's a clear violation of that?
Honorable Mayor, Councilor, I think it's important to have Cliff, Mr. Cross talk about their practices. Sometimes what happens is that pictures may be taken from, it may not be the resident that is in violation, but it could be a home in close proximity that would allow us sometimes to see into the backyard of another residence. But I'll let Mr. Cross.
You're absolutely right on that. But I can tell you, that's not our practice. We should not go through.
generally it's viewed from a neighboring property who actually makes the complaint most of the time. So, I'll have to look into that. That should.
Okay.
So the change in code, would, you know, that won't address that. I'll address that with staff.
Okay. And then the other question I had has to do with, you know, when we take a more extreme measure of, you know, a resident can get several warnings about, you know, guards or a structure problem. If it's a more extreme method, is there a way that we can have another step to the process where we have a
Well, actually, when we go through that process, it's very similar to the demolitions. We do censor. We do public postings. So, I mean, if you want the policy to change where we do that before that process, we can make that a policy. It doesn't mean we have to go rewrite. We can just make that a policy that we follow. We'd be happy to look into it.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if it's, I don't know if part of the policy, this part of the policy, like, that contract, one of our contractors. They're out of our organization. Is it apply to that as well?
Yeah, we do a notice to property owners 5 days before we do that. And that's on the initial violation. But then following that, if they continue to have violations, we can go on there and do what we call forced.
And I guess that, you know, I know that there's been, I know a couple of situations where people have had that happen, been very upset, so, you know, I just thought of, right, you know, and a couple of other, I've talked to the council. And maybe
Well, one thing I can say.
But no, I mean, I talked to councilmen about this, so I know, I mean, you know, I think that, you know, I think that the code enforcement general does a really good job with this. So when I see problems, you know, part of our job is to say, well, you know, we're trying to reinforce this really good relationship with the county. And this is something that I see as a possible potential problem with some members are.
We try to work with homeowners much more than we do landlords. And I always stressed caution in taking quick action with homeowners. Let's look into the situation. But when you have constant violations, you know, it's much harder to work with them than we can address. But you know, if it's a homeowner concern and it's a one-time thing, you know, we look at the circumstances and say, okay, we can work with them a little bit. I mean, if it's Betty Jones that's lived here 30 years, been a model resident, never had any problems, and got ill one week, couldn't cut her grass. You know, we're not going to jump on there and cut it. We'll work with it a little bit more. But you know, if there are concerns or issues that come up, I'd be happy to look into it. But I know we have taken position that we want to work with those homeowners if they're not a constant issue. So I'd be happy to look into it, discuss some future policy.
Yeah, and I understand that.
I think I'll make the lead a little bit closer to the microphone. I think to Councilmember Klein's point, what I'm referring to anyway is before we do what it's called forced compliance, where we actually take the mitigating action, the idea of a certified letter coming before prior to that, because there's been a couple of circumstances where we've taken that action, and that action, you know, they may have actually been warranted. So it's not necessarily the action was unwarranted, but the resident is claiming, I didn't know this was happening, and absent, you know, a certified letter, it becomes, city says we mailed it, they say they can get into that. And so clearly forced compliance is kind of one of the last stops on the train, on the compliance train. And so again, before we get to that, some sort of certified letter, that way we eliminate the, I didn't know this was happening excuse.
I would caution you about requiring a certified letter in each instance before we take action. Because normally, forced action typically results from us having gone through the process already with that individual or company. And so now what we do is simply, we haven't had good success in that notification process. So now we go to, let's bring this into compliance. And the reason I caution you has more to do with the length of time that it takes. Because you as a resident, before you actually notify the city that a violation has occurred, it is probably a couple of weeks. And so once we get involved, that's a couple of more weeks to go through our process. We go out, we notify them as well. So by the time the violation is actually corrected, it's often 6 week, 8 week period. So that resident, let's say it's just tall weeds or grass, has been looking at that situation for 6 to 8 weeks, and frustration is just building and building. So that's often what I think you as council members receive, is that they are just exhausted at a point that they want something done now to correct it. And if you put in another step into the process, it'll just delay that further. And I'm not saying for individuals that, you know, as Cliff indicated, first time, I didn't, was ill, I fell, busted my lip, so I wasn't able to cut my grass. Don't make me laugh, that hurts. I wasn't able to cut my grass, so we go through the process and notify them at that point. It's for the individual that, look, we told you last summer, you know, your grass has to remain within compliance of this length, and you ignored us. So we're taking more aggressive action.
In my suggestion was not adding to the process, but I'm assuming before forced compliance, we send something to somebody, right?
We actually send multiple letters. There's a courtesy letter sometimes, and then there's a notification of non-compliance, and there's a citation.
And that's it. One of those is certified. The last one we send is certified. So you're not adding yet another notification for one of the existing notifications from certified.
Well, and this goes back to volume. There is going to be a lot of certified letters that have to go out. And I think one thing that really needs to be stressed to all property owners, maybe we need to get this notice out, it's their responsibility to make sure that the tax ID records are appropriate, because that's where we get our information. That way we're sending the letters to the correct address. What we hear a lot of times is, well, I didn't get it. And we go look at the St. Louis County Assessor's records or the GIS or even in our system, which pulls that information out. And they're having to go to an address or an LLC or wherever it may be in trust, and they never get it. And so we're not disputing that, but they need to make sure that their address is correct where they know they're going to get those notices. That's what happens the majority of the time when they say they don't get the notices. It's just going to their address of record through St. Louis County.
So I'm curious, just the volume, because if we're talking about step for forced compliance, I guess what is the universe of forced compliance? Like how often does that happen? We just go cut it.
Well, we probably get 10, 11 a week during our busy season. But I think what a lot of people don't see is that we go back and we're cutting again and again and again without sending new letters. I guess we can look at a way of saying this is the first time we've ever had this happen with this person, whether it's a homeowner or not, and then make it a policy that on the first time we have enforced compliance that we send a certified letter. That would greatly
Not every
reduce
time,
the
every time you cut the grass, not going to send a certified letter, but you do it the first time, and
and eliminates the ID.
And you know, actually, that might be, that's actually a great approach. I'll tell you what, we talked about it, Mr. Rose talked about it about a month and a half ago when we did our code presentation during the study session, that we want to move forward. If you're continuously violating the code, that your original notice is your original notice. Next time we come out, you know you should have cut your grass, so we'll come right out there and do it. So it kind of keeps a record of first-time violators, and we can do that. We can actually create a step in the new software that documents that, so we can report on that as well.
So I think we'll be able to address it. Something that Mr. Cross highlighted, oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say something that Mr. Cross highlighted is that we are moving away from doing for repeat offenders, all of these notices, because it slows our process down. So what I've asked them to look into is, I want to go right to citation, because you should have known that your property or grass was non-compliant. So we don't want that frustration to build where the resident that lives next to them has now looked at a violation for multiple weeks. We want to be much more aggressive in that area.
Thank you. I agree with Leah and Stacy on this. I think that's useful, but I think the situation that we're all kind of talking about is related to one that was a single family home that wasn't necessarily tall grass. It was a garden with lots of things that were in it, nice things that then got completely overgrown and overrun. And then the contractor doesn't know what's weeds and what's, a plant. And that's where I think in that instance, that person being a first-time offender we need to be able to know that, well, it's good for all of us to know what the process is to get to this point, that actually we do have documentation that was to that person. Secondly, kind of ironic, while we've been sitting here talking about code enforcement, I got a complaint on 7640 Delmar, which is the Starbucks for tall grass and weeds. So thank you to the resident who said that. It's always very helpful when residents do that.
Yes. Mr. Cross explained that the letters of complaint go out to the registered address of the property owner. Would it not be beneficial in cases where there is a violation to send it to the physical home address? Or is that a nightmare of paperwork?
Well, no, I mean, we can. The problem is with the software system, that especially with the implementation of the new software, it's intended to improve efficiency, and therefore it automatically researches and identifies the appropriate address and record that self-generates the letter. What could potentially happen is every time you're writing a violation letter, now are you conducting a fact-finding search to verify an address, and that really would reduce the efficiency and really the intent of the software. We can, I can look at other options, see if there's ways to address it. The other thing is, I guess we could, as part of the changeover to the new system, we could maybe set up something on a routine basis where we look at the valid occupancy permit for that address and see how that lines up with the tax ID records. But that goes back to taking time from staff to do a fact finding mission, to verify.
Understood. Thank
Oh, I have I want to take this in a different direction. Mr. Cross mentioned this. There was a particular yard on Parker, and I know Mr. Cross is well aware of this because he used this as an example, where the only way that you could look into into the yard was to go to the neighbor's house. And the neighbor actually called me and actually stood on the porch. So, and looked over, and what I actually saw was a jungle. The resident had a privacy fence, and I think that that's what I wanted to actually address with you, is there was a violation. This was a serious problem. And so, but because they have a privacy fence, how do we follow up then with them, knowing that they could be possibly a repeat offender? Well, again, here we have a privacy fence.
Well, I mean, if you can't see it, if you don't get it right, sometimes it's harder to identify, especially when you have housing inspectors that are doing a lot of inspections as well within homes, so their time is limited. So I think that's an advantage of having the new compliance officers that you just approved today. And thank you for that. But those are going to be the ones that are going to have three basic duties: look for grass, garbage, vehicles. That's what they're going to look for. So I think where I'm going with this is they've got more time that they can get out of the car a little bit more, kind of walk around without going onto someone's property or without invading someone's privacy. But they can see those exterior violations. And I think that's better right now. I can't guarantee that I see every one. Sometimes you just can't. I can't climb a tree to look over. But I think that's going to resolve some of those issues.
Are there any other questions or discussions or direction on this line? I'll move to the final item of the morning session. Road affairs, federal law discussion. As you know, we have been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to develop a program for effectively addressing the flooding that's occurring within University City. And much of that back and forth with the Army Corps of Engineers is being done by your Commission on Stormwater issues. And so they are having some challenges, I would say, with trying to persuade the Army Corps of Engineers to take into account information that they would not normally consider. On the Stormwater Commission, you have individuals on that commission that are experts in this area. So they are writing the books that these individuals from the Army Corps of Engineers are actually reading. What we, and I believe that the Councilmember can share with you, Councilmember Kusi, some of the concerns, I guess, and I won't say frustrations, but some of the disagreements, difference of opinion that the Stormwater Commission would have as compared to the Army Corps. So I would ask Councilmember Kusi to highlight those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. I would use the word frustration. All of the members of the task force, the commission are dissatisfied with some of the results of the Army Corps. Specifically, the data modules that they use are in some instances not applicable. For instance, the literature that they refer to is not up to date, and there is plenty of literature out there that they should be consulting that they are not when it comes to determining what the possibilities of future flood events would be in University City, as well as what some of the mitigation procedures and practices should be. That's one area that they're frustrated with. They're, as I've said before, and I think one of our council meetings when the Army Corps did do a presentation, they were presenting their flood inundation modeling. It is not the modeling that the stormwater commissioners have come up with, and in fact, helped write the textbook on some of those procedures. and they're not looking at the data that the members of the Stormwater Commission have been able to actually go out and map. Members of our Stormwater Commission went out with all of their special equipment that we, University City, rented for them, and they actually did measurements throughout University City of previous documented flood events and areas in University City that have flooded. So we have more inundation modeling from actual flood events, but the Army Corps has not been taking a close look at that. And that's another area that they're concerned about, because the Army Corps is not taking that into consideration. I actually have a lot of notes here about different things that they're frustrated with. Another area that the Army Corps is looking at is some of the possible mitigation things that could be done would be dry flood proofing of residences, and many of you have heard them say stuff like raising the utilities in the house or filling in basements. And then as far as it goes with dry flood proofing homes, and they're considering this, but then at the same time, in the same report, they say, but we don't really recommend this, but here is an option, but we don't recommend this. And it is a recommendation that is not approved by FEMA. So they're giving us inconsistent information in their reports about some of the mitigation for flood proofing. We also, the Army Corps wanted, first was saying that they wanted to send out a survey to approximately 500 households that are in the floodplain and see what their feelings were about whether or not they would be open to doing flood proofing for their homes, whether or not that would be paid for through the federal government, or if they have to pay for that on their own. So then these members of the commission asked the Army Corps for the addresses of those residences so that we can have an idea of what they were going to be asking them where they were. And as it turns out, we find out that the Army Corps kind of waffled on yes, no, we will give you the addresses. And then it was just at the last Commission on Stormwater Issues meeting that it was brought up that because of the federal mandates through the federal, John, help me, what is the
Project Clear?
project, no, not Project Clear, the federal government, the monetary, Office of Monetary Budget. OMB. OMB stipulates that that no federal agencies such as Army Corps can release information or even do a study without the OMB approval. So being able to send out a survey, the Army Corps would have to go to OMB to get permission to do the survey. And there's still question as to whether or not we would be provided the addresses of where those surveys were going. And then I think that finally, the biggest concern that the members of the commission have, and there are others that I haven't really hit on, but the biggest concern is that once the Army Corps starts to come out with this, with the final plan, or with what they're calling their tentatively selected plan, TSB, once that train is left the station, or if you rather, once that speedboat has left the dock and it's heading down the rapids, are we going to be able to change it to stop it and be able to put something in that we can live with? Because the members of the Stormwater Commission recognize that what the final report is from the Army Corps, and we do need the Army Corps, it is recognized, because we have to go to Congress for any type of potential funding for whatever the results are to help us with mitigation for University City in the future. We need the Army Corps' approval of a final project or a final plan. But once they have come up with a tentatively selected plan, will this become their favorite plan, and will we be able to change it like they're saying that we can? So that's one of the, I think, the biggest concern that they have. And at the last Stormwater Commission, they did come up with a resolution that they would like for me to read to the rest of the council, and that the Stormwater Commission advises the council that the University City Council should object to the Army Corps of Engineers and the OMBs not allowing university cities to survey the community about participation in buyouts and flood proofing. And that that passed unanimously on the commission, and that they wanted everyone to be aware of that.
Councilor Cusick, thank you for that information. Where we stand today is that there's clearly a disagreement. I won't say loggerheads, but a disagreement, different perspectives from the Army Corps of Engineers to your staff as well as the task force. And so what I would ask from you, I would like to do a request for qualifications, because I don't believe that we would be successful in trying to persuade the technicians to our point of view and to consider additional information that's outside of what their normal process is. But I do believe that we would have the potential of having some success with the area commander. There are two reasons for using a federal lobbyist. I think that the world has changed as it relates to acquiring government funds, in the sense that they brought back earmarks, so that your federal delegation is going to be much more important to you in that process at this point. Like it or not, most of the individuals at the federal level are accustomed to working with lobbyists. The reason I would like to do this request for qualifications is to engage a lobbyist that could assist us in outlining the information needed for federal funds in a manner that the federal delegation is used to. And secondly, clearing the path for us to engage the commanders at the higher levels of the Army Corps of Engineers, so that we can have a conversation with them and present information about why we would like a certain recommendation. Because what you perhaps want to avoid is the city having a recommendation, a preferred method, and the Army Corps of Engineers having a different one. Because they may agree to allow you to do it, but the amount of funding that you will receive from the federal government for your preferred method is vastly different than that if the Army Corps of Engineers actually recommends the same method. So I would take any questions or that you might have on that.
Right. I think in terms of contracting with lobbyists, I think that it's going to be important to monitor the return on investment pretty diligently, because this is one of those things. It's not like constructing a building where we kind of see for with our own eyes kind of the fruits of that process. And so this can be a little bit more squishy, and yields it's about building relationships, and things don't happen instantaneously. But I'm not necessarily reflexively opposed to that kind of expenditure, but I think rigorous monitoring of return on investment would be critical when pursuing that.
I think it's likely to be a multi-year contract, likely, maybe annually. I do think we have to respect the fact that we have probably now with our congressional delegation, probably it's going to be a lack of seniority with the Senator Blunt stepping away, and our congressperson being pretty new, and our junior senator both controversial and new. So my guess is if we're going to be utilizing the Army Corps will try to find a mechanism that will get us there. I don't think that, by the way, I think it's not a political statement. I think Congressman Clay was still there, private playing is different, a little bit different playing field, probably. And we're not, those are dealt. So it seems to me that we have and I give this council, Tim and this car, a great deal of credit. We have a wealth of knowledge that is now
hit a wall. And a very dedicated group of people, and I think the way for us to help move this forward is probably to follow Gregory's advice. And that's my own skill, obviously, helps that.
That is the consensus of the council. My next step will be to put together a request for qualifications and start that process for engagement services. So any other questions on that? If you don't mind, I would like to go ahead and do my first presentation. I think that we'll be able to get through that fairly quickly. It's just going to be an update of the 2020-21 plan, work plan. So that's just an update on what we've completed, kind of what the status is of those various projects that were identified in that. I'll move through that fairly quickly and then take a bit more time on the fiscal year 22-23 work plan. And that's where I think the meat of the presentation will be. So just giving you an update, we developed the FY 2021 work plan based upon these priorities. Certainly at the time of development, we had absolutely no idea that we would experience a pandemic right in the middle of it, which has affected our execution in some ways. But I still think that we did pretty good with completing many of the projects that were identified. Up under economic development, certainly the markets at Olive and Highlands that are well underway. The TIP was created. They're in the construction phase of that. The economic development strategic plan that has been completed. The Olive Boulevard master plan, placed that one, or recommending to place that one on hold, pending the outcome of the vision process. The downtown parking study was completed. The creation of a marketing plan is being held at this point. We'll talk a little bit more about that as a part of the FY 22-23 work plan. Something that is being recommended that might impact our ability to move forward. The creation of a joint city and Washington University planning team. I no longer believe that that is needed. I think we're working with them pretty well on a case-by-case, project-by-project basis. So unless you have questions on that, I'll keep moving. Up under public safety, the police facility, construction of the new police station, that's in the design phase. You'll see that in the FY 22-23 plan. Community policing strategy, I spoke with Chief Hampton before he left. He sees that as being completed. They're following, Captain Minutes can speak to this, the strategy that was put in place up under then President Obama. That's okay, I think we're good, unless you have questions for me. The fire marshal position has been filled. The accreditation, the initial accreditation for the police department has been completed as well. But when to encourage high quality growth, visioning process, that was divided into two projects. One is visioning, the other is the update of the comprehensive plan. You'll see that up under the FY 22-23 work plan, the redevelopment plan. That's what was revitalization. That is something that Assistant City Manager Smith is working on. That was briefed to you this morning. You'll see that in the FY 22-23. The infill review board, that's put on hold at this point. I think we can talk more about that. What's your priority as you look at the number of projects that we have included in the FY 22-23. We're going to have, I believe, a new planner on board, so that may move that particular project up as well. Evaluations of boards and commission, that's gonna be ongoing. Evaluation of the zoning code, that will be completed as a part of the update of the comprehensive plan. The update of the comprehensive plan comes first, and then the zoning code will follow. A code enforcement analysis, the initial analysis at least has been completed. That is what resulted in our recommendation for the compliance officers. We want to see the effect of that. That's going to be an ongoing project. Mr. Cross now is dividing up the city. He's going to create these areas for patrol, so we know exactly who's responsible for what area. The housing program you were briefed on this morning, and you give a direction to bring forward to you a resolution creating the task force. Prudent fiscal management, 5-year forecasting, that's ongoing. The annual or CIP is an ongoing process. The internal services fund, that has been completed. That was reviewed. Park and Recreation Director, Aaron Dunkel, headed that project, working with our auditors to complete it. We're in the implementation, so you'll be getting more information on what we think is going to be needed there. Solid waste rate analysis. The initial analysis was completed. That needs to be updated at this point because of the age of it. But that's something that I will be talking with you more about in this fiscal year. Evaluate the purchasing card. I think that was impacted simply due to COVID. Really looking at bringing that back in FY23. Certainly the annual operating budget is going to be one of them. Up under infrastructure, I don't believe that a 10-year capital improvement program is necessarily feasible at this point. I think things change so rapidly that the 5-year capital improvement program that we create, that we change or update on an annual basis is certainly adequate. So I'm proposing that item be deleted. ADA, a transition plan, I believe Mr. Appleson is intending to produce that in FY23. The space needs study has been completed. Stormwater master plan, the consultant, I believe you just approved the hiring of a consultant to create the master plan. And the sustainability master plan, that one is on hold. And we'll look at bringing it back as a part of the a future work plan. Not sure that we have the staff on board at this point to create or to execute a sustainability plan. However, if you have that as a priority, we can shift things around within the work. Community quality of life amenities, the community event planning. As you know, the Loop Special Business District just this past weekend held the first in a long time Loop in Motion activities. I know that there is in discussion about other events that they intend to host as well. Resident satisfaction survey that was completed. You included in your annual operating budget funding to produce to have a second survey completed, which we believe will occur this fiscal year. Establish park level services. That's something that Mr. Dunkel is working with our city attorney on and establishing those policies about what's the appropriate level of service. I can share with you just anecdotally that I've been told that the golf course is in very good shape. Up under city organization performance measurements, that's something I'm recommending remain on hold for the moment, as well as the employee survey. We're going to talk a little bit about in the work plan for FY22-23. I think that we need to revisit the human resources director level position. I think what we're asking for within a manager, what we would like for the skill level for a manager to have, we're learning that truly is more of a director that would have that. skill set. Organizational values, that's been completed, that may be revisited later on. The gain sharing program has been put on hold. Staff needs assessment, that has been put on hold, that will be pending what decision you make regarding the director. If that director comes on board, then I would propose taking that off hold. Communication strategy is something that we talked about this morning. That will be identified in the FY22, as well as the communication plan for Olive and I-170. We are working very closely with the developer and their partners in making sure that any communication that goes out, we should be receiving before that information goes to the public. And that concludes that portion of the presentation. And if you have any questions, I could certainly happy to respond to any. About the update, we're going to get to the rest of the presentation after we take a very quick break.
Sustainability work. I know green practices. Sustainability work. I know green practices has done some work looking at possible sustainability scenarios or options for the city. So, and sustainability professionals. So, with that caveat, would it be possible maybe to leverage some work that's already been done that might get us a quarter of the way, halfway there, and maybe by leveraging that, we lessen the workload on the current staff, and maybe we can get to something in a sooner time frame to articulate. I know you aren't prepared to answer right now, but can we take a look at that?
Yes, something that certainly we can look at. Don't misunderstand me. We still are looking at sustainability. As you know, we have made the purchase of the electric vehicles, that's just an example. So we look at opportunities when we can lower our carbon footprint. But the issue with sustainability often is the cost, the upfront cost. It takes a long period to recover those costs. And so I do believe that a master plan is appropriate. But yes, we can identify the work that's already been accomplished and make sure that all of the departments at least have access and are aware of that work and what's been recommended thus far.
It does seem like green practices and some of the work they've been doing with partners do have a foundation. The other thing is, I saw you were postponing the work on departmental performance measurements and revising that process. So this is something I personally am very passionate about. Would love to see happen sooner than later. When you talk about fiscal year 24, the translation always gets lost on. That means actually when, like in real terms.
The work plan is for FY 22 and 23. FY 22 is this fiscal year that we're in. So that would end June the 30th of 23. Of 22, yes, 22. So that's this fiscal year, and 23 is the next fiscal year.
So with the performance measurements, if I read it correctly, that was fiscal year 24.
Right, so that's putting that far out. The issue is whether to really do a excellent job with performance measurements, that is almost a full-time job. I mean, it truly is, in the sense that you have to work with each department, you have to identify what agencies are we going to benchmark against, and then make sure that the departments are tracking that information. And so, having been the person that was responsible for that, so I'm not talking just kind of From the perspective of not having done it, I can tell you it's a lot of work that's involved. It's not complicated, it's just a lot of tedious work that's involved, but extremely important. I think that you have to have a clear vision, you have to identify priorities, and then you have to measure how you are performing. I would like to get to that sooner if we can. But we have so many other positions that are needed within the organization. I just don't know how to prioritize them.
And I do understand that. And is it, one thing I do understand is some of that could potentially be led by the conference, because that will reorient some of our priorities. I understand that, but I would, my odd voice, I would like to see, as we come out of the comprehensive planning process and articulate the priorities, the performance measurements come right after that, because I think that's how you set it up, vision, and how you're measuring accomplishments towards that vision.
We have performance measurements now. They are just not nearly as robust as what I would like them to be. And not as informative to you as a council and to the community as what I would like it to be. So I'm with you in the sense of the need. It's just what's the priority. Other questions? Mayor, if it's acceptable to you, I'll take like a 10-minute break, and then we'll conclude with the final presentation.
Don't tell them to go.
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard about it.
That you don't know. No, I can tell. Yeah. Because the only person that somebody. I appreciate it. I had two questions. I don't want to go on with this.
Go by. I say,
I did this, yeah,
Yeah, that's what.
All right, folks, let's get going. We still got several agenda items before the end of the day. Let's go, please.
Hello, Mayor and Councilors. This next presentation focuses on what we are recommending for this fiscal year and next fiscal year as far as the work plan. And really is intended just to start the discussion. The next step is after this process has concluded here, is to bring this forward for a council, on a council agenda for your approval or consideration. Under economic development, we're proposing the evaluation of Cunningham Industrial Park, a study to determine what infrastructure is needed, as well as the potential expansion of the industrial park that would allow us to continue to diversify our local economy and make us more competitive in the attraction of businesses in the industrial park. We're proposing for that study to be conducted in FY22, so this fiscal year. What the Cinch rating indicates is what we believe is the difficulty level. One being it's relatively not too difficult. Two being that we believe it's a bit more difficult. The second project is assessment of land availability for development blocks, update of the economic development webpage. If you recall, I believe you've given approval to use software that allows us to document all of the available parcels. So then when we get a question about is there any land or office space available, we'll be in a better position to respond to those questions. Ms. Nicholas, so you let me know if I'm going astray. The second is the update of the economic development portal webpage. We're proposing that one for FY23. Most contact businesses initially make whether jurisdiction is going to be via your website. So we want to make sure that we have a strong website in place. Evaluate adding an economic development manager and internship program. If you recall, you recently as a council approved an economic development strategy, which is extremely robust. And we believe that there is a person, that an economic development manager is needed to fully execute that program, depending upon how quickly you want us to execute those goals, achieve those goals that are outlined in that plan. Implementing the economic development plan, that's what I just spoke with, which is the strategy. Establishment of business retention and recruitment program. You recall we did have one when COVID hit, that sort of faded away. We're recommending to bring that back. That would be in 23, the implementation of the economic development plan or strategy. Certainly would start in this fiscal year. Any questions on this portion of economic development projects that are being proposed and the timeline that they're being proposed? Continuing with economic development, review and establish an internal protocol system that would be intended for FY22. I believe Ms. Macaluso is going to lead efforts with the establishment of that. The creation of a capital improvement program for the loop. Ms. Smith, as well as Director Appleson, are working with Jessica in the creation of that capital improvement program. We want to do the same thing for the Olive Boulevard corridor, which is to create a CIP program, separate CIP program for the Olive Boulevard corridor as well. Office space development study, that was something that you recently approved the funding to actually conduct that study. You may recall there are 3 nodes that we'll take a look at. One is Olive and I-170, the other is Delmar and I-170, and the third is the loop. Facilitate markets at Olive development. That's something that's going to be ongoing for several years. That we're going to simply need to allocate resources to accomplish. The creation of a marketing plan, that's something that we're proposing for FY '23. If you recall, in the previous presentation, that was placed on hold. Much of that has to do with staffing as well as when to have the vision process included before we create an actual strategy. Any questions on that portion? Up under public safety, evaluate the CAD system for software update for eventual purchase. That is a project that's being led by the two chiefs, Chief Hampton and Chief Henson, to evaluate really our dispatch to better serve the needs of both departments. Identify a site for police and fire rating satellite facility. I spoke earlier about the potential of having a joint satellite facility in the markets at Olive location. Police accreditation, they're looking at updating their accreditation in FY '23. The design for the police and court facility, if you recall, the court is actually a multi-purpose facility where we will be moving the council chambers off of the 5th floor, because if the elevator goes out, it's tough for the disabled to make it to the 5th floor, if not impossible. Secondly, if you have an active shooter, you only have one point ingress and egress. And that design, so that is underway, as you see, is identified for FY '22. Construction would actually start to occur of the renovation of the annex, the renovation of the old library is targeted to occur in FY '23. The final item of under public safety is to evaluate the community paramedics program that will be led by the fire department in FY '23. Chief Henson, would you mind coming to the microphone and explaining what that is?
Good afternoon. The community paramedic program is, in a sense, a home health care for the citizens of University City that are unable to get to doctor's appointments. More of the homebound people that probably have issues with their medications and such. It's really a pilot program right now. There's only 2 in the state of Missouri. There's mostly on the West Coast. But, it's to assist to keep, more than anything, hospitals from being overcrowded by people who need medical care but don't necessarily need an ER. Community paramedics will go out, assess the patient, teledoc in one of our contract doctors, be able to write prescriptions and get them medicines and keep them at home so they're not out and about. We can assist them with meds issues. A lot of runs that we have here in town are people that are confused with their meds, mess them up, and wind up having in the hospital sometimes 5-6 times a month. This would have paramedics that go out, assess these people, help them to keep on track and keep them at home. Again, it works almost like a home health care system, home health visits done by the paramedics just for the people in town. It wouldn't be a system that we go all over the place. It would be for our residents. Right now, the biggest holdup on getting us started is the federal and state governments on how to, there's nothing written for paramedics to do this or emergency services to branch out into this aspect. They're in the process of rewriting the rules to make this possible. As soon as they're done, our plan is to put this in effect, which would in fact pay for itself so that it would be zero cost to the city for these paramedics to do this.
So the intention is to continue to provide high quality services to our residents, and this is just an example of enhancing someone's experience that lives here in University City, and why someone would say, I'll move to University City versus moving to a different location because of those services. Any questions? Yeah.
Related perhaps, on the evaluating the CAD systems update, will part of that include taking a look at dispatch medical training? As you know, we received an email from a resident who was rather surprised that our dispatchers are not trained to assist someone who is calling with emergency to really assess the situation. I know that as a council, we've been very, very strong on providing the best safety.
I think that Chief Hampton and Chief Henson are looking at that whole system. In particular, it's how do we provide a better level of service in that area. So I would say nothing's off the table at this point. Other questions?
Yeah, first of all, I think it sounds like a fantastic program. I know several people who are left right now, you know, who just don't have a way to get out. So in terms of insurance, would it be like a regular, like the insurance would pay for it?
Correct, it would be no different than a home healthcare nurse coming in and fill out department paperwork to get the paper received to them. We all know that's not a money losing field where they would be doing it. So it would pay for the paramedics to do this. I mean, it could be as simple as they need a blood draw, but instead of them having to find a ride and get to a doctor to get their blood drawn, go back home, to wait for the results so they can get a prescription, then we can draw the blood, we can send it in, the doctor can call in a prescription, and as part of it, we can pick it up and get it for them.
And I really think this is one of the best things I've heard all year.
We've been working on it for almost a year and a half, and we're still waiting on the government to finish their rules.
That's our pipe.
I was just gonna say, I really like the innovation associated with this, the kind of thinking that I really love to see. So this is excellent. Pays for itself, added service of what we have.
My question is, and maybe I missed this, are you going to be contracted with insurance companies?
Partially, yes. I mean, that's the way it works, is you wind up setting up a contract, just like home healthcare companies do with the insurance companies. Their main goal is, there's a lot of people that wind up in the hospital or wind up in the ER 3 or 4 times a month. Not necessarily needing the ER, but that's where they wind up because, doctors, they call their doctors are like, I'm busy or COVID's going on, go to the ER. So this eliminates a lot of that, and the insurance companies are willing to pay for it because an ER visit is a whole lot more expensive than us coming to your house and taking care of the problem there. So that's insurance companies are on board. Again, it's a matter of the government itself laying out the rules. And with COVID, again, there's been a lot of committees that haven't met to work on these issues. It also comes through us recognizing, our frequent visitors, and also the hospitals, having contracts with hospitals to where they say, hey, we know this person is a resident of your community. They've been here 3 or 4 times. They may not come in by ambulance either, but they've been here 3 or 4 times, and these are the issues that are going on. We make contact with them, assess them. The insurance company, they approve it. We do it.
Chief, thank you. One final question, what's the cost of an ambulance?
Okay, the current one right now is, what we're looking at is, it's right at $326,000. Now that's new bumper to bumper. Normally we remount the boxes. This is an old enough one that can't remount it anymore, than what we're wanting to get rid of. So around $300, you can knock off about $70,000 of that once the remount has happened, where we can reuse the box again. So.
Thank you.
Forgot, they're talking a 10% increase on October 1st, so.
I'm going to encourage quality growth, evaluate best practice for code enforcement. That's just going to be an ongoing project. Mr. Cross is going to oversee that for what changes we'll make in FY22. We talked about the patrol, for example, one of those changes. Improve landlord property manager registration list, establish a code compliance control, establish a housing program, which Ms. Smith briefed me on this morning. The solid waste rate study update, which you were briefed on for 22 and 23. We had talked about creating the infill review board. Now, if you want to change that priority, you need to let us know that, because we won't know until the planner comes on board. We may be able to shift that anyway, but we'll have a better sense once the update of the comprehensive plan gets underway and knowing what level of zoning code changes will be required as a result of that. Establish a citywide housing program and establish the third ward revitalization program. Should actually delete one of these housing programs. Any questions on that? Any projects or time period? Seeing that. Prudent fiscal management, 5-year financial forecasting. Our finance director, Mr. Collins, is going to oversee that for FY22 and 23, the annual 5-year CIP, evaluating their purchase card in 23. The fire partisan sales tax, she gave direction, or at least consensus, to pursue that. And so that will occur this fiscal year, the creation of the annual operating budget. Any questions before I move on? Up under infrastructure, the implement assessment management plan for current infrastructure that will be led by our public works director, Mr. Appleson. For both, it'll start this fiscal year and concluding in 23, as well as the implementation of the ADA, American Disabilities Transition Plan for all public facilities in 23. The establishment of the stormwater master plan. You recall, you've already hired a consultant to work with the stormwater commission for that, so that'll occur this fiscal year. May go over into next fiscal year, and the establishment of the severe weather emergency alert response, which will happen this fiscal year. Key to that is the code grant software that you have authorized us to purchase. That'll give us a new platform for getting out emergency information to our residents. Questions? Community quality of life amenities, again, the website update, the implementation of the resident satisfaction survey. That's for this fiscal year. The seamless service initiative. That's going to be led, our assistant city manager, Smith, volunteered to lead that effort to ensure that residents no longer call into a number and get sort of run around. So we need to be more clear about what area they should go to and the process for getting them to that area. Not in the sense that we dial the number and click over before anyone ever answers. So we want to improve our level of customer service. We want to stick with that resident until their issue has been resolved. And so that's what Smith will be working on for us. The creation of a communication policy, as Assistant City Manager Macaluso, that will be working on that. Establishment of the 311 system. We're proposing that for 23. That will depend upon staffing level, We'd like to get to that sooner than later because that integrates with what Assistant City Manager Smith is doing. We would like the one call does all approach. So one number that you call and we take care of it, of everything else from there. So no longer does a resident have to say, oh, should I call Public Works? Should I call planning? One number, and then we take care of it. That's what we're trying to get to. So we may be moving that up depending upon how quickly Ms. Smith is able to complete her assessment and tell me what the needs are as she sees it, and we making a recommendation to you. The street renaming, that will happen in this fiscal year, perhaps next fiscal year, and website update. This is for connection for residents to social services, and this is going to be led by Assistant City Manager Michaels. That issue is we often get calls about where do I go. Let's say that there is services that are needed for the elderly. We want to have connections to that website with the county and other organizations that may provide those services, so we can at least steer them in the right direction. Any questions on any of those?
Just curious, do we have a sense today of, well, just the raw number of calls we get, but the nature of those calls? Like what are the things that folks call most about?
Our calling system right now is primarily housed in Public Works. And I only know this because my assistant worked with them for a time period, handling those calls. They got about 150, I'm looking at you, roughly a day. And there are just various, many of them were related to our trash service. That's what I would say is the bulk of the cost, but it's about 150 a day. And our goal is to, with this 311, to create software that's able to not just track the number of calls, but also provide you with an ability to call in and get an update. Let's say you, in code enforcement, you make a report on weeds and grass. We want to be able to put out in software, here's what we looked at, here's what the status is, and for you to be able to either go to your website or call in and get a status update so that you know how quickly that's moving in our process. Any other questions on that? Our employees are a high priority. Looking at reestablishing a new employee onboarding process this fiscal year, implementing a summer employee barbecue. If you recall, we had up until COVID, the Christmas, a holiday party that's been impacted by COVID. We're looking at doing something outside in the summer just to re-emphasize our appreciation for what our employees do. Updating our personnel policies, that will start this fiscal year. I'm going to talk a little bit more about human resources manager. Training and cross-training. We want to be in a position as an organization to promote people within. So we want to provide our employees with the ability to get experience in other areas that they have an interest and that they seem to have a skill set for. That enables us to start looking more closely as we promote people to look more closely at our internal employees first. Address the unfunded pension liabilities and the uniform pension plan we talked about this morning. Upgrade the existing payroll and HR system and evaluate the need for HR director. Even before COVID, one of the challenges that we had is the magnitude of federal and state laws that govern how you must manage, how you must lead people. And so where we would have liked for someone that's in a manager level to have a strong skill set in what those laws are, and the ability to create those types of policies. We are being told that that's unreasonable, that level of expertise is really a director level that we need. So I will be bringing back to you for consideration the reinstituting of the human resources director position. Any questions on that? That concludes the presentation and would respond to, respond to any questions that you have.
No questions. I just want to thank everyone for being here, everyone's time today. Related to orange, do we have, I guess, a formal employee recognition program? I know we had employee of the year at one point in time. Do we have a formal employee recognition program?
That is the only recognition program that I'm aware of. That's something that we're going to take a probably more close a look at, is that there are other things that we can create outside of just the employee of the year award. So that's something where I think we need to be stronger. The questions? Mayor, I will turn it back to you.
Well, to everybody, thank you for coming out. To Ms. Reese in particular, again, thank you for putting this together. Acknowledge you, thank you for doing a good part of our job. I think a lot of your points on the last agenda. I think that was a record for 14. Again, to all the directors, it's number one, it's good to see you, good to be in the same room with you. And thank you for getting up a Saturday. To the new kids on the block, we're glad to have you in our first meeting. To my colleagues, I know we have a little bit of business left to do. We're going to go into executive session, I believe, in just a second. So before we go into executive session, is there anything that you need or need to provide?
Mayor, I just had two other comments. One is I wanted to recognize staff and to extend my appreciation to them being here and taking one of their Saturdays. I'm sure that they're similar to me, enjoying spending time with family, but understanding as well how important this work is. Secondly, unless I receive other direction, it's my intention to put us back on schedule, which means that we were intending to do these types of retreats about once every 6 months. And so I would be looking at 6 months from today to schedule the next retreat, because it's an all-day work session. So that would be my intention to schedule it.
It's all day work sessions. Anything else from anyone? If not, I would welcome a motion to go into closed session according to Missouri Revised Statute 610.02 on legal causes of action, litigation, violence of government body, or conflict of interest, public government body, for such a motion. Motion made by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Clay. Is there discussion? Hearing that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Klein. Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Hills.
Aye.
Councilmember Kusick.
Aye.
Councilmember Smotherson. Councilmember Clay.
Aye.
Mayor Pro.
Aye. Thank you very much. We'll take just a really quick break till Ms. Reese can be turned off and all of our coworkers to head out.
I'm just gonna leave it. Later.
Cindy, Cindy,